Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. You hear me? Okay. All right. Thanks. Thanks, Josh. Bye-bye.
Good morning, everyone. If I can just ask if everyone would please sign in if you're here to speak on an item, if you wouldn't mind coming down to the podium and signing in ahead of time if you're here to speak on an item today. Thank you.
Thank you for being here this morning. We will get going in just a minute here. We're making sure that we have all the commissioners present and all the AV working. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the Thursday, July 25th Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. We do begin each of our meetings with an invocation, and today Commissioner Geithner will lead us in that. Please join us if you would like.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to gather together today here at Centennial Hall. We're grateful for the opportunity to interact with our citizens today and to take the opportunity to work together in fairness. And we ask for you to help us to all treat each other with respect as we experience so much divisiveness and anger in our country today. We know that there's more that unites us both as a country and as a people than divides us. Lord, I also ask that you watch over our law enforcement and our military members that work so diligently and put their lives on the line to support and to defend our country and our community. I ask that you give to all of us a sense of peace as we undergo turmoil and historical events in our nation. And I say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
And Commissioner Gonzalez, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Thank you. Item number 3.
Item number 3 is staff emergency items, and I'm unaware of any staff emergency items today.
Item number 4.
Item number 4 is changes, postponements, and notice of the next meeting. I'm unaware of any changes or postponements to today's agenda, and the next meeting will be Tuesday, July 30th at 9:00 a.m.
Item number 5.
Item number 5 is public comment on items not scheduled on the agenda. This is the public's opportunity to speak on an item that is not scheduled on today's agenda. And Madam Chair, I didn't see anyone sign in under public comment today.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak on any item that is not on today's agenda? Okay, hearing none in the room and none online. Thank you. Item number 6.
Item number 6 is the land use consent calendar, inclusive of items 6A through 6E.
Are there any members of the public here to speak on, who have any comments on the consent calendar today? Okay, hearing none and none online. Commissioners, comments, questions, and a motion.
Move to approve items 6A through 6E.
Second?
That has been moved and seconded. And I'll verify that Commissioner Williams can hear us. Okay, I'll call the roll and begin in normal order. Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Vanderwerf,
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Geithner,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. The consent calendar passes 5-0. Item number 7.
Item number 7 is the called up consent calendar, and there are no items called up today.
That brings us to item number 8.
Item number 8 is the Special District Service Plan Overlook at Homestead Metropolitan District, a request from PT Overlook LLC, an applicant, for approval of a Colorado Revised Statute Title 32 Special District Service Plan for the Overlook at Homestead Metropolitan District. The 350.8 acre area included within the request is zoned residential rural RR5 and is located 1/2 mile north of the intersection of Albert Road and Sweet Road, and 1/2 mile south of the intersection of Albert Road and Harper Road. The service plan includes the following: a maximum debt authorization of $10 million, a debt service mill levy of 50 mils for residential, an operations and maintenance mill levy of 10 mils, and 5 mils for special purpose, for a total maximum combined mill levy of 65 mils. Covenant enforcement is requested. The Planning Commission recommended approval 6-0. There is no public opposition to the request. Multiple parcel numbers, Commissioner District Number 2, file ID 242, Carrie Parsons, Senior Planner, Planning and Community Development.
Good morning, Ms. Parsons.
Good morning, Commissioners. Carrie Parsons with Planning and Community Development. Thank you, Ms. Allard, for reading that into the record. Sorry, little bit frazzled this morning. I apologize. All right, this is a special district request for the Overlook at Homestead Metropolitan District. I would like to make it very clear for those in the audience that this district only impacts the land that is included in the legal description, and it does not impact any land outside of the proposed subdivision or the legal description within the special district. The staff that reviewed this was myself and Ms. Durham, and we had assistance with Ms. Shanna Smith with finance. Anyone in the audience that is watching, if you'd like to participate, if you could please email this address and we will get you in the queue. The item was presented at Planning Commission on the regular calendar. It was approved 6-0. There was very little discussion by the Planning Commission at the public hearing. There was some clarification answered by staff regarding the district's role in water and wastewater. The district's role in water and wastewater, more specifically, will be to uphold the covenant enforcement on well monitoring with the state. That will occur through the HOA. The individual home sites or lots will be required to install their own well and on-site sanitation systems. That basically sums up the conversation at the Planning Commission hearing. So again, this is for about 350 acres. It's a 10 million maximum debt authorization, 50 mils, up to 50 mils for residential, 10 for the operation and maintenance of the drainage facilities within the development, open space, and potentially a park connection. There is an allowance for up to 5 mils for that covenant enforcement for a total of 65 mils. Criteria has been emailed to the commissioner that is attending via the Teams website, and the criteria has been passed out before the board. The history on this, the property was zoned from A35 agricultural to rural residential 2 and 2.5 this year. It proposes 62 single-family lots, a combined fire cistern, which the special district will have the ability to operate and maintain, mail kiosk, and again, a park tract about 1/3 of an acre. There will be 21 acres of public right-of-way. The district will design, construct those right-of-ways, and the county would then own and maintain them upon final acceptance. There is also anticipated 25-foot trail easement. The purpose of the district is very standard in the statutes, so the only thing that is additional here is that covenant enforcement that I discussed earlier. This is a depiction of the approved preliminary plan. The final plat is in current review. It is broken into 2 final plats, a phase 1 and a phase 2 final plat. The current mill levy on the property as it exists today is about 41.7 mils. If the district is approved by the board and then through the election process, the mill levy would be maximized at 106.774 mils for the property. In terms of the tax impacts for the county, overall, there is a significant decrease in the special ownership tax over the 40 years of the life of the district. The district does include a refinance to lower the bonds at 10 years, which is pretty standard, what we see before the board. Ultimately, that does increase the property taxes by about $3.6 million overall for the county over the life of the 40 years of the project. In terms of the master plan conformance was made with the rezoned and again at the preliminary plan stage. And for the record, it is within the rural place type. The special district does support the density and types of uses within that rural place type. Staff has no concerns about master plan consistency. In terms of the summary of the application, I've basically provided that throughout my presentation. If there are any questions that I can answer, I'd be happy to do so.
Do we have any questions for staff at this time? Okay.
And with permission, Chairwoman, I'd like to ask the applicant to come up and provide a presentation.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jennifer Ivey with Eisnagel Seaver Pogue here on behalf of the applicant in relation to the overlook at Homestead Metropolitan District. I'd like to start off by thanking Carrie and staff. They're always a pleasure to work with, do a great job, very critical of applications. So by the time these get to the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners, they've already been through lots of hoops. So appreciate their hard work as always. Much of my presentation is already covered in the staff report or the report that Ms. Parsons already gave you. So I'm going to glaze over some of it. I'm always happy to skip back and answer any questions. I also have members of the team here, Kyle Thomas from DA Davidson, the financial advisor. We also have representatives of the developer here in case you have any questions that I can't answer. This slide here really just summarizes some of the information that was already read into the record and Ms. Parsons reviewed. On the right side of the slide, just a little update on the process we've already been through. As noted on June 20th, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. Today, we're here, public hearing before the Board of County Commissioners. And if the service plan is approved today, the plan would be to go to a formation election on November 5th with the hopes of getting an order, entering an order to organize the district late in 2024. Again, this here is just a vicinity map and phasing, which you've already seen. This does show the two filings, which I don't think was displayed on the previous map for the final plat, just to give you a sense of where those are. Just another view at that same thing. This is what's currently pending. I think you're all familiar with metropolitan districts generally created to serve a public use. They really promote the health, safety, prosperity, security, and general welfare of inhabitants of the district, and they're consistent with that user pay sort of funding. As we've seen development paying its own way, county and municipalities don't have the funds to provide the services needed for new development, so special districts are the mechanism commonly used in Colorado to allow that to happen. Currently, there are over 2,500 metropolitan districts in Colorado and over 150 in El Paso County. I think I've used those stats for a couple of years now, so I could probably update them. They're probably a little bit higher, but give you a sense of the number of those. Specific to this district, it's being created to fund public improvements. We've already gone over some of those. I would also highlight that under this water and sewer is actually a little bit broader than just sewer. It's sanitation under the statute. And so there are actually drainage facilities, detention and water quality ponds that the district is going to be responsible for and is needed for. In addition, there's the ability for open space and regional on-site trails with parking and landscaping. I think the current plan is for the county to be doing that regional trail, but as a backup, the district's also enabled to do that. Limited maintenance of a water cistern for fire protection in collaboration with the local fire protection district. And then also retaining the powers of mosquito control, security services, and trash disposal in the event that no other entities are able to provide those services. As Ms. Parsons mentioned, we also have maintenance and enforcement responsibilities, including the water rights accounting that no other entity would be responsible for otherwise. And again, those water quality and detention ponds that are necessary for the community. This is a limited purpose district. So there's no overlapping services with other providers, no overlap with water, sewer, fire protection, et cetera. The only district that's within a 3-mile radius of this current proposed district are the Winsome districts. They did provide in a letter indicating that they would not be willing to serve this area. Again, special purposes, there will not be a homeowners association, as has been common practice in recent years to avoid redundancy in type of local or quasi-governmental entities. The district would take on the covenant enforcement and design review services in lieu of having a homeowners association formed. There's a lot of words on this slide, but I added this one just because I know there's been questions in the past about covenant enforcement. And so I just wanted to highlight for the commissioners that on a legislative level, there's been significant changes to covenant enforcement abilities for special districts. House Bill 24167, Protection for Districts Covenant Enforcement. Did a few things, just highlight these so you don't have to read through all the words here, but essentially by January 1 of 2025, metro districts that are providing these services are going to all have to have special rules and policies and fines very clearly established so that owners in those districts know exactly what those rules are and can follow them. It also removed the ability for districts to foreclose on a lien because of an HOA type violation or a covenant violation. Some of you may have heard in the last year or two, there was some upheaval in the Green Valley Ranch area where there was an attempt to foreclose a lien. The legislature took that very seriously, and that was included in this bill, just completely removed that authority for special districts. Additionally, it copies over a lot of the protections that were already in Kiowa, which is specific to HOAs, prohibiting, basically not allowing the prohibition of flags and those type of things, making sure that rain barrels, certain energy efficient devices, all those are allowed and can't be prohibited by covenants. And also the districts can't enforce building restrictions. So that's a very high level summary, but just wanted to highlight that for the commissioners as well. Here you see just the criteria for special district plans. On the far left side is what the Special District Act requires. You have to have the perceived services, the boundary map, population estimates, facilities, cost estimates, and proposed IGAs. That's all included in the service plan that was in your packet. Then we have the next level, which is El Paso County's model service plan. We are in compliance with that. As your staff report recognized, staff has no concerns with compliance with the El Paso County model service plan or the criteria that El Paso County has put in effect. And as I noted, staff has no outstanding concerns at this point. This is a high-level overview of the financial limitations. Your maximum debt authorization we're requesting is $10 million. As usual, that is higher than the estimated cost of public improvements. The public component of those improvements is currently about $6.2 million in today's dollars. As we've all seen, even though inflation is getting better, we still have inflation out there, costs are rising. So this gives a bit of a buffer, standard, about 20% buffer for cost of inflation. So we wouldn't have to come back to the commissioners to ask for an increase in the event that costs were higher when construction actually occurs than they are today. As Ms. Parsons already gave an overview of, we have your maximum mill levies consistent with what the county allows for, up to 50 mills adjusted for debt service, up to 15 adjusted for O&M, and up to that 5 mills adjusted for special purpose, with an overall adjusted cap of 65. This slide here is just a little bit of a summary on debt. And we do have Kyle with DA Davidson here if you have any real numbers questions, because math is not within my skill set. But just to display that, what on the left side it shows, this is what's allowed in your model service plan. And that's basically a maturity of 30 years. So you can only issue debt and have it mature within 30 years, but it's also allowed that you can refund, and that refunding then allows 30 years from the date of refunding. So what the financial plan is showing is an initial issuance in 2027 with a 30-year maturity, and then it anticipates that there might be a refunding within the first 10 years with an additional 30 years from that refunding date, not to exceed 40 years. This slide here is just showing you some of the disclosure requirements. We have annual reports, disclosure forms, disclosure to prospective buyers. There's also about 3 different things that are recorded against title. I think all the commissioners are aware of some of the efforts in recent years by the legislature to make sure that home buyers know before they're moving into a house that they're within a special district. So we're getting that earlier and earlier in the buying process so that buyer can beware. So that's some of the things that are baked into the model code that the commissioners have previously adopted, and also into state law. And on the right, I always do like to point out that this service plan, while it's being requested to form a district that will serve the development, the approval of the service plan is not a land use approval. So by approving a service plan, that doesn't mean that the land use will or will not be approved. And that's stated right in, this is a quote from the service plan, but I always just like to point that out. So we have 4 criteria, and I'll go over these in a little more detail in the next slide, so I'll skip over this one. The first one is projected need, that there's sufficient existing and projected need for organized service in the area to be serviced by the proposed district. As we all know, demand for housing in Colorado remains very high. Construction of public improvements is necessary to serve those future residents, and somebody needs to be able to maintain the public improvements that are not being accepted by other governmental entities. That's where the special district comes in. There's currently inadequate service in the area. There's no other governmental or district entities located within the vicinity that are able to provide service that consider it desirable, feasible, or practical. The district's going to fill that void. As I mentioned, there's only one special district within the 3-mile radius or metropolitan district, and they've already indicated that they would not be willing to provide service, nor is the county willing to provide the services that the district would be providing. Criterion 3 is that there's economical and sufficient service, that the district's able to provide that. As shown on the next slide, the estimated costs are in line with comparable districts from 30 to 65 generally. The estimated reduction in the end home price is approximately $80,000 by having a special district formed. And that's because of the ability to have the municipal financing to allow for the construction of the public improvements. And the district will provide adequate and perpetual maintenance of improvements not otherwise dedicated. This criterion 3 is also displayed in Exhibit D to your service plan, which is the financial plan. This slide here is just a summary of some surrounding residential metropolitan districts and what their mill levies are and what their maximum is. As you can see, the highest being 79, lowest some of the older districts in the area in the 30s, I believe. So just to show that this district is within that range. And criterion 4 is that the district has the financial ability or will have the financial ability to discharge the proposed indebtedness on a reasonable basis. Again, this is really displayed in Exhibit D to the service plan. And that financing plan is further subject to limitations of the bond industry, limitations imposed by bond counsel for tax-exempt financing, and the limitations by the service plan and state statutes. This slide here is really just showing the development program, showing how the sales is a sort of a visual depiction of what's in the part of what's in the financing plan, just showing the houses that are coming online. So time frame and next steps, as I mentioned before, today we're here before the county commissioners for a public hearing. Provided that the service plan is approved today, we would submit to the district court to call an election for this November with hopes of having a district formed by year end. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Again, I have members of the team here with me if you ask me something too hard.
Do we have any questions for the applicant at this time? Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I saw the slides, talk of 30 years, but it looks like there's going to be a, I forgot what they call it, but then an extension for another a renewal of the bonding. So it's 40 years is anticipated?
Yeah, 40 years would be the term of the mill that the mill levy is imposed. No bond would be issued for more than 30 years, so it's in compliance with the service plan.
Well, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay. Thank you. With that, we will begin is there any more information or conclusions from staff at this time? Let's see, Ms. Parsons. Okay, at this time, we will move into the public hearing portion of this item. Are there any citizens here in support of this application that would like to speak today? Okay, hearing none in the room and none online, thank you. Are there any in opposition? Okay, hearing none in the room and none online. Okay, are there any final comments from the applicant or staff at this time? Okay. Commissioners. Commissioner Geithner, this is in your district.
It is. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the applicant for addressing some of those issues around covenant enforcement and the things that the state legislature has done. I have expressed before my concern for future residents who, we want to make sure that they are able to continue to make their communities nice, but we also want to make sure that they don't become subject to the whims of a small but perhaps tyrannical government agency that we can sometimes see happen. And so I really appreciate those things, specifically protecting free speech in regards to flags and all those things, that really being spelled out. That's very important to me. So I really appreciate that. I think this is an application that meets all of the criteria, and I appreciate the thorough but also succinct, tackling of each one of those particular criteria. So I will see if my colleagues have additional comments before I make a motion, but looks like.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm generally supportive of this, or I'm supportive of this. I will support. I do have concerns, and I've stated it over the last year or so. When I first came on this board 8 years ago, I was a little leery of metro districts, started to understand them a little bit better than supportive. But I have seen in the last couple of years changes in requests from 30 years to 40 years to where people initially, they mentioned some of the older districts not asking for all the 65 mills and now asking always for 65 mills and now going from 30 years to 40 years. And I get it, inflation, et cetera, but it does concern me when I keep seeing almost every year some new idea to increase the amount of the total capital that's available for the metro districts. And I just want the public to understand, ask questions on whether they make sense or not. But I've seen that over the last several years, an increase to the size of the metro district's capital requests and new ideas almost every year to how to do that. So thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Williams? No? Okay. I too find that this meets the criteria and also appreciate the thorough presentation. I think it clearly addressed any questions that this board would have had in doing our due diligence on this item. So with that, Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just another quick comment before I make a motion here is I appreciate Commissioner Gonzalez's comments and concerns around that. I do think that this is, when we're looking at interest rates, the way that they have been, we do want to give them the ability to refinance, hopefully at a lower rate down the road. We're all looking forward and hoping that that happens. Is certainly a concern about how expensive things are getting, particularly in Colorado. And, I have those concerns generally as well. Yet the emphasis on making sure that the homeowner knows what they are getting into so that they can afford, knowing that they can't afford this. And I'm going to say at, a price right over $1 million, these are not your entry level homes for most of us. But we do have to allow folks in the market to determine where they want to live and what kind of lifestyle they can afford. And I think that that this is appropriate as long as those homeowners are clearly made aware, which it sounds like they will be. So with that, I would move approval of, and I'm looking for the item now, move approval of item 8.
I'll second.
That has been moved and seconded. Any further comments? Okay, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Vander Werf.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Geithner.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Item number 8 passes 5-0. That brings us then to item number 9.
Item number 9 is the map amendment rezoning, Lazy Y Rocking J RV Park rezone, a request by NES Incorporated for approval of a map amendment rezoning of 29 acres from A35 agricultural to RVP recreational vehicle park. The property is located at 12960 North Peyton Highway and is 1/2 mile south of the intersection at Highway 24 and Peyton Highway. This item was heard as a regular item on the agenda at the June 20th, 2024 Planning Commission hearing. The vote was 2-6, resulting in a recommendation of denial to the Board of County Commissioners. Discussion from the public included compatibility with the surrounding community, as well as compatibility with the Your El Paso Master Plan, the proposed traffic, and safety. The Planning Commission members identified how this proposed rezone is not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and not compatible with the master plan. Parcel number 32070000007, Commissioner District Number 2, File RVP 231, Kylie Bagley, Planner 3, Planning and Community Development.
Good morning. If it is okay with you, I was just going to go ahead and do a combined presentation for item 9 and 10 for the rezone to RVP as well as the rezone to RR5 since they are part of the same larger parcel.
I think with legal counsel's advice, that is fine by us, but also it will, when we consider the item, be two separate motions and votes. But thank you for presenting all the information as one.
Of course. I didn't know if we needed to read the second one into the record, item 10.
I'm happy to read item number 10 in the record as well.
Thank you.
Item number 10 is the map amendment rezoning Lazy Y Rocking J RR5 rezone, a request by NES Incorporated for approval of a map amendment rezoning of 5 acres from A35 agricultural to RR5 residential rural. The property is located at 12960 North Peyton Highway and is 1/2 mile south of the intersection at Highway 24 and Peyton Highway. This item was heard as a regular item on the agenda at the June 20th, 2024 Planning Commission hearing. The vote was 7-1 for a recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners. The nay vote was based off compatibility with the surrounding community. Same parcel, same commissioner district, file P2315, Kylie Bagley, Planner 3, Planning and Community Development.
Thank you. Ms. Bagley.
Good morning, Kylie Bagley. I was the planner assigned to the RVP 231 and P2315 file titled Lazy Y Rocking J. I don't know if we want to have the screen reflect the PowerPoint. Thank you. Daniel Torres was the engineer on the project, and he will give a brief presentation on the engineering elements of this proposal. So I just want to give a brief overview of our hearing procedure today. So the applicant and staff will give a presentation. Then there will be time for public comment. There will be time to have citizens speak in favor and against. Each citizen wishing to speak does have a 3-minute time allotment with the option to donate time from others in the audience as well. Then there'll be time for the applicant rebuttal, questions for staff, and then the Board of County Commissioners will make the ultimate decision today. So the request is to rezone 34 acres from the A35 agricultural zoning district to RVP recreational vehicle park and RR5 residential rural. So 5 acres of the 34 acres is being requested to the RR5 zoning district, and then the roughly 29 acres is being requested to the RVP zoning district. In front of you is the criteria of approval, and you also have a handout as well. So this item was heard by the Planning Commission on June 20th. The rezone from A35 to RR5 was approved with a 7-1 vote. The nay vote was based off compatibility. That commissioner just felt that the RR5 was not appropriate with the current land uses there. And then the rezone from A35 to RVP was denied with a 2-6 vote. Again, the concern was compatibility, and then compatibility with the master plan as well. So here is the subject property. It is off Peyton Highway. So it's currently, again, zoned A35, surrounded by A35 and then RR5 parcels as well. So here's just the dimensional standards for the RR5 zoning district and what that would look like rezoning from the existing A35. And then in front of you is the dimensional standards for the RV park. So the proposed RV park will have roughly 111 campsites, which equates to 3.8 recreational vehicles per acre. The Land Development Code does allow for no more than 25 recreational vehicles per 1 acre within this zoning district. And then the applicant is also proposing 4.9 acres of open space with landscaping buffers along the property lines. And then in front of you is just their proposed layout that has been submitted to staff. So you can see this RR5 zoning district will keep the existing home. The property owner intends to live on this RR5 parcel and then be essentially the owner and operator of the RV park. So for master plan, this is within the large lot residential place type. So the primary land use within that is the single family detached residential, which is typically 2.5 acre lots or larger.
This place type is silent to a recreational vehicle park. However, within the master plan, there is a tourism chapter, which does encourage bringing different types of tourism to El Paso County. And so that RV park does fit in within that tourism chapter. And then I'd like to invite Daniel Torres down to go over transportation and drainage.
Good morning, Commissioners. Daniel Torres with Engineering. In terms of transportation, access from the site will be from Peyton Highway. A traffic study was submitted with this application. With the development's traffic, Peyton Highway still will remain below capacity as a major collector roadway. There was no off-site improvements that would be required due to the low traffic from the development. The property is subject to the El Paso road impact fee, and no CDOT access permit was required by CDOT. In terms of drainage, the property is located within the upper Brackett Creek and La Vega Ranch drainage basins. These do not have associated drainage and bridge fees. Drainage, as well as grading, will be reviewed at the subsequent stage of the development. Is there any questions for engineering?
Any questions on transportation or engineering? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. So I just did want to make note that staff did receive, I believe, roughly 140 letters of opposition, which were included in your staff report packet. And you did get a few additional lay down public comments today as well. And then we did receive one letter in support of the project. So the applicant is NES, and I would like to invite Andrea Barlow up to give her presentation.
Thank you. As the applicant is making their way forward, I also wanted to kind of back to that process slide, just add that we want to make sure that we're giving full due time to everyone here for this item, and also make sure that that any breaks that need to be taken for personal reasons up here are done in a way that doesn't break up the hearing. So most likely after the applicant's presentation and any questions from commissioners, we will take a very brief 5-minute break.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. Chair, Vice Chair, my name is Andrea Barlow, Principal with NES. I will say my presentation is going to be somewhat longer than staff's, as you might expect. I want to start with the project context. The site is approximately half a mile south of the intersection of US Highway 24 and Peyton Highway. It's a 35-acre parcel. The proposal is to split it into 2 zones, RR5 on the south side and RVP for the remainder, approximately 30 acres. Sorry. So this is the zoning again. It is surrounded by A35 and RR5. Our RR5 on the south side is immediately adjacent to existing similarly zoned property. So with regard to the 2 specific rezones, this is a little bit more detail of the existing parcel. I do want to clarify that there isn't an existing house on the property in the RR5 zone. The plan is to build a new home there. And the RV park will be on the remainder. I do want to emphasize that these 2 proposals go hand in hand, and it's a package. So we were in a slightly awkward position at Planning Commission where the R5 was voted on first, and then the RV park. So we asked for that to be switched, because if the RV park fails, then we don't want to pursue the RR5 zoning, if that's fine, okay with you. I mean, it is a package. We don't want to, it's one, both or none. So I really want to talk a little bit about the nature of the RVP zoning. With our proposal, we were guided in this direction by staff because this is the main option for this type of development. It is a special purpose zoning district. So unlike your straight zones, your commercial zonings, which allow multiple uses. It is a very specific zoning for this purpose, and this use is not allowed in any other zone. And it's identified to accommodate unique uses and with a very specific application, which I'm going to reference in future slides. So this is a site plan that we submitted, and we are required, unlike a straight zoning for commercial, residential, we are required to submit a site plan with the RVP zone. So it is quite detailed, as you see. Probably this is a little bit more detailed than would necessarily be required, but we are showing where our points of access are, what our general internal layout is. There are multiple standards, which I'll talk to later, which we have to meet, which are addressed by this plan. And we are intending generally to construct what we're showing here. The principal changes that we have developed as we've got more into the planning process is there are 10 sites. I'll actually go on to the next slide. I showed this because at the Planning Commission, we just showed the renderings, and I wanted to make sure that it was understood that this is the site plan that was accompanying the zoning, so it is with that package. It's just not just a pretty picture we're showing. So our proposal is for a high quality RV park for tourists and visitors for recreation purposes. So it's not intended in any shape or form to be any type of temporary or permanent housing. We are proposing 100 campsites. So initially we showed 110. There were 10 tent sites which are being eliminated, and it will just be the 100 campsites that we're proposing moving forward. And that's a density of 3.4 campsites per acre. There is an existing Quonset hut on the site, which is, I don't know whether the mouse is working. There it is. There's an existing Quonset hut right here, which we will be utilizing for recreational facilities for the visitors to the site, and also for a small camp store. The camp store will just be providing essentials for the campers on the site. It will not be a general store open to the general public. So it will just be specifically for things that people have forgotten, like a toothbrush or shampoo or something like that. Restroom facilities will be dispersed through the site. That is a requirement of the code. We're providing trails around the property to provide kind of circulation and access. Those are the brown lines you can see. And also, my clients, they have a special needs daughter, and they are very focused on making sure they accommodate children with special needs. So there will be a playground that facilitates that. And also, obviously, ADA parking next to the Quonset hut. And so very focused on making this a friendly site for people with special needs. And we aren't really adding any structures other than utilizing the existing Quonset hut and adding some bathroom facilities. We had thought at one point of a horse barn. That's still under question, so we're not sure about that. But we have a next stage is a site development plan where we will get into kind of the details of the layout. But we are generally intending this layout. The site will be fully fenced and landscaping. There is an existing treed area, which is this dark green area here. We are maintaining that. And the entrance gate, which we are currently showing here, but we are planning to move further in for various reasons, topography being one of them, but also to allow more distance for RVs to queue, so to speak, at the gate, rather than and avoid any potential for backing into Peyton Highway. And that access will be closed at night, so you know, it will be secured at night. And there are questions. The purpose of building the single-family home adjacent is our clients plan to live there and then manage and operate the RV park from there. So there were questions about is there an access between the two, and we are planning to be having a gated access so that they can access the RV park, so they're not having to come out onto Peyton Highway, go down the road, and come in through the main entrance. There have been questions were raised at Planning Commission about whether this requires 2 points of access. We have discussed generally the project with the fire department. They have provided a will serve letter. To date, they haven't really reviewed in detail any site plan. We have the ability to accommodate a second point of access with the access to the single family home if needed. But based on other RV parks in the area and just general fire access requirements, we don't believe we need a second point of access. And there have been questions about what if the single family home, because we're planning to subdivide it onto a separate lot, what if that gets sold separately? The intent is to have either a permanent person who will be the operator manager of the property on site. So either through a caretaker's property on the RV park or through living in the adjacent property. And I'm going to address that further because we are suggesting some conditions that will address that. So public involvement, we had, you're obviously aware of the multiple letters that you've received, but we did hold a neighbourhood meeting. That meeting was held in April of this year. There were 85 individuals in attendance. The primary concerns are listed. I am going to address many of these in my presentation. They are a lot of them are based on the kind of site development component. We are just working on the zoning right now, and just the zoning criteria apply, but we will touch on some of these issues as we go through our presentation. I will point out there has been criticism, and you'll probably hear it again, regarding the notification process. So county staff are responsible for the initial notification of the submittal, which, as Ms. Bagley indicated, they proceeded to do and notified 14 residents in the 500-foot buffer around the site. We then received multiple emails following that initial notification. I think it was about 40, well, not we personally, the county, but this project, about 40 emails. So for the neighborhood meeting, we notified in writing the 14 that the county had, and also emailed that letter and notification to the 40 people who had written it in and provided email addresses. And that generated attendance of 85 individuals at the meeting, plus you know, there have been further correspondence since, and it has been actively discussed on Facebook and so on. So the notification, I'm not here to necessarily defend the county's notification process, but that's an example of it working how it should. The intent is not to send letters to every single person who may think they're affected by this project. The purpose is to notify a reasonable area, and then through word of mouth, it spreads if it's a concern, and people want to voice their opposition, which clearly they are doing here, and that's the process working effectively. So as noted, the motion was made to recommend approval, and that failed by a 2-6 vote. So the Planning Commission has voted against the project, focused their comments on the master plan place type, and that this was not a limited commercial service, which is a supporting use in that place type, as they felt the RV park will not be supporting or serving the people living in the large lot residential place type. The other commercial uses in the area were serving the local agricultural industry and neighbours. Scale and density of the RV park they felt was not compatible with the surrounding zoning, and one planning commissioner focused on the fact that we drew comparison with some other RV parks in the area, primarily in terms of density, but her focus was the fact that they had Highway 24 access, only a couple of them do, and that they considered Peyton Highway to be a neighborhood road connecting neighborhoods, which I'm going to talk about in more detail. And then while one commissioner recognized that tourism and economic development was valuable, they considered that it must fit in the area, and they didn't think it did. Conversely, there are a couple who voted in favor, and they were very much in favor of taking a more holistic approach to the master plan, which is aspect I'm going to be discussing with you in more detail, and stressing the importance of the compatibility with the plan as a whole, and not that everything doesn't have to be an exact fit. And there were some comments about the fact that this area was blanket zoned when the zoning was introduced in 1999 as A35. And the comment made by that commissioner was that it has changed character since that time, and future growth is inevitable. So one thing I wanted to point out is that in our presentation to Planning Commission, we did offer and discuss various potential conditions of approval, which we felt were important to kind of tighten up the description of the project, and so more clearly define the use, because the RV park use is a little broader than what we're proposing, and limiting the length of stays, which was a concern for people in terms of how it might turn into some sort of temporary housing, and limiting the operation period of the park. It's not intended to be open all year, it's going to be seasonal. And tying the zoning approving to the site plan. That's why I was emphasizing that we had submitted a site plan, and we are happy to tie this approval to that site plan so it is substantially in compliance with that we're not going to get the zoning approved then come back with something completely different. And there was some discussion on those conditions, but there was no motion. We were quite disappointed that there was actually no motion to even consider those conditions of approval as a means of maybe addressing some of those compatibility concerns. So the criteria for approval, I think if you're very familiar, are compatibility with the master plan. The second criteria is really just the statutory provisions that give the county authority to zone and rezone property. I'm not going to talk any more about that. Compatibility with existing and permitted land uses and zone districts surrounding the property. And then suitability based on standards in Chapter 5. As this is a special zone district, it doesn't have any standards in Chapter 5. The standards for this use are in Chapter 4, and we will talk a little bit more about those, but we do meet all those criteria in all those use-specific standards, rather, and as noted there, the county staff have found that we are consistent with the criteria for the rezone. So let's talk about the master plan. So I'm going to take a slightly different approach than I did at Planning Commission by looking at the master plan more holistically. So first of all, I'm not going to read these out in detail, but a lot of these have been quoted and written out for the record. But it's very general in nature, and it's not going to tackle every issue in as much detail as you might want it to. And it assists in evaluation of proposals in terms of supporting the county's long-term objectives. It doesn't necessarily require a finding that the application is fully consistent with each and every applicable component of the master plan. This one I think is important. Both hearing bodies have the discretion to give greater weight to individual components of the master plan compared to other components when taking a formal action to either approve conditions or deny an application. So that's really what we're asking you to do, is we're asking you to consider other aspects of the master plan than simply the fact that this doesn't classify as commercial service in the large lot residential place type. And then it's intended to be a flexible plan because we can't forecast every foreseeable land use that comes along, and it's written in a manner to give the ability to make decision that best fits the needs and visions of the county. So with that, talking a little bit about some of the specific components, we have the areas of minimal change. That really just says that there will be underutilized and vacant sites that will be come forward for development. Will be limited in scale so as not to alter the essential character. So we are going to talk more about this, but we consider the character of the areas quite mixed in terms of having rural, residential, agricultural, and some commercial elements. The project maintains the natural features on the site and provides generous setbacks and buffering. So we think we've taken into account compatibility by looking at the site and how the layout will fit in with the area. It utilizes existing structures to the best way possible and minimizes any new improvements. And also, obviously, we have existing infrastructure by a good access to Peyton Highway, which is a major collector and very close proximity to Highway 24. It's also a priority development area. The plan, that hatching is the priority development area. The plan notes that there is significant growth expected in the corridor between Falcon and Peyton. And we will be in a location that we feel can capitalize on that anticipated growth. And then the place types. This was the key one that was focused upon, and we are in the large lot residential place type. Ms. Bagley identified the uses that are primary and supporting. We did suggest at that hearing, and that this is partly the reason for the focus, that we could potentially be cast as a commercial service. It's providing a service to visitors. But on the other hand, if you look more detailed at the commercial service definition, which is not defined specifically in the master plan, so it doesn't necessarily mean to say the master plan definition is the same as the code, but in the code it really talks about providing services to the local community. So that was where the pushback was, and but I think what I want to explain with this presentation today is that, as Ms. Bagley pointed out, the RV park use isn't a recognized use, not only in this place type. None of the place types recognize an RV park or any type of tourist accommodation. The mountain interface is the only place type that recognizes tourism commercial, but that's very specific towards retail and restaurant services for tourists. There is an entire chapter in the master plan talking about the importance of tourism and recreation to the county economy, but it focuses entirely on destinations. It doesn't speak a single word to any type of tourism or recreational accommodation, and again, completely silent on RV parks. So now I want to point you to some other aspects of the code. So first of all, it says the place-based approach, which is where we get all different place types, is not focused on the use of specific parcel, but is concerned with a collective mix of uses. It's important to emphasize that it's supposed to be flexible and can morph over time as desires, needs, and opportunities dictate. And this is the key one. Some requests may include a proposal that was not identified or otherwise anticipated with respect to master plan place type. In this instance, the proposal should not be immediately discounted as inconsistent with the master plan. And I feel that was exactly what was done at Planning Commission. It was automatically discounted because it didn't meet the place type. Instead, it should be evaluated based on its merits of the proposal for overall consistency with the plan, compatibility with the surrounding uses, and supports the overall character of the area, which obviously I'm going to talk about in more detail. And it goes on to say it might be vitally important that the county sees opportunities that benefit the economic vitality and development potential of the community, but to do so while responsibly managing natural resources and preserving the overall character. So then well-integrated place types, it says when land use requests propose a use that is different than what a respective place type typically anticipates, the siting, scale, intensity, setbacks, and aesthetic nature should be evaluated to show that to determine if it can be integrated. And I'm emphasizing that because I feel that our site plan really does make those efforts with the siting, the setbacks, the open space, the density, and so on, to really try to fit in with the overall character of the area. As I noted, the master plan is silent on recreational tourism, but there are other focuses in the chapter that is really concentrating on maintaining and expanding the county's recreation and tourism options, supporting high quality, sustainable outdoor recreation as a key amenity for residents and visitors, explore project programs initiative for enhancing tourism in unincorporated areas. There are some statistics about how much the area is growing in terms of visitor spending. And in particular, in that next bullet point, it talks about that visitor spending will increase annually on overnight, and I underline that, and same-day visits. So there's anticipated significant growth in overnight stays. And I'll emphasize here again that not everybody wants to or can afford to stay in a hotel. I mean, hotels are there's been a lot of comments. We've heard that the RV park should be in a commercial area. Not everybody wants to stay in a commercial area. Somebody wants, and part of the reason people like to RV is to get out in nature and enjoy being in the countryside. So I think a rural location for an RV park is appropriate. And clearly, tourist accommodation is needed to support the tourism goals of the master plan. They go hand in hand. So economic benefits, I'm going to talk a little bit about this. There has been quite a lot of criticism of the proposal. You probably see it multiple times in the comments and hear it today, that all the benefit is to the applicant, there's no benefit to the community. Well, there are significant economic benefits to the community. A campus, RV campus, spend an average of $332 a day on lodging, food and beverages, and 177 of that is in the local area as kind of spin-off to local businesses. There will be sales tax collected on the campsite rentals. There will be sales tax from purchases that are made by campers in the local area. We'll have to pay property taxes. They'll increase because of the change in the land use. And a big chunk of that, as you probably know, goes to the local school district. And that property tax is based on the land use. There's been suggestions that it's based on the structures on the site. It's based on the land use as well. The park will pay approximately $250,000 in El Paso County road impact fees, and that goes to upgrading and improving county roads. And there have been discussions with Visit Colorado Springs and the Greater Colorado Chamber of Commerce, and they are both supportive of the principle of a new RV park in this location, as they see it important to the overall offering for tourism in the area. And there is a demand for additional RV parks. And then more local, I mean, there's talk about this being only, sorry,
Ms. Barlow, I think we have a question. Commissioner Geithner.
I do have a question on this last slide. I appreciate that the Visit Colorado Springs has endorsed the RV park. However, in the unincorporated areas, we are not Colorado Springs out there.
Yeah.
I'm curious if you've had any interaction with the chamber that actually represents that area, the Eastern Plains Chamber.
No, at the Eastern Plains Chamber, no, not that I believe.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there are potential spin-off benefits to businesses in the Peyton area immediately. There are a number of businesses in the immediate vicinity, which we'll talk about in much detail, that could have spin-off benefits from this, including truck and RV repairs, the local store in Peyton. Even the contractor that's located adjacent to the property could be a potential bidder on some of the construction on the property. The RV guests will be notified of local events and encouraged to source local produce. And there will also be anticipated some local employment on the actual RV park itself. So it is not purely focused on visitors. There will be benefits to the local area as well. So compatibility with surrounding land uses. So there are a number of commercial uses in the surrounding area that have evolved over I would say pretty much over the past 10 years and some more recently. That are, I think, changing the character of the area and have changed the character area from a feeling of being purely rural, residential, agricultural to having a more commercial presence in this location. So as you can see here, the number one is immediately to the north of the site. That is a tractor and truck repair facility and the RV equipment storage, number 2, that has been established. From what we can see on aerial photography, it really kind of was graded and started having substantial RVs in about 2004. And then the civil construction company, number 3, that is a construction facility. There is a meat processing facility that does kind of, I would say almost, what's the word I'm looking for? Not boutique, but small scale cottage industry kind of thing. A trucking firm has just recently kind of seems to have become established at number 5. I'm going to show some more photographs. And then there is approval for a kennels and stables at number 7, but we understand that that might not be functioning in that manner, but there is a substantial building there that was constructed for that purpose. Although that use is I believe an allowed use in the A35 zoning. So this is the adjacent truck and tractor repair, and there were comments that this is just there to service local residents and the agriculture industry, but it does do a fairly substantial trade, so to speak, that goes beyond just tractors and trailers. It includes food trucks, boats, snowmobiles, lift cranes, and so on. So it's a fairly intense operation. You can see from the site there that there are quite a lot of vehicles there that are awaiting repair. This is the RV storage facility, which is just between this site, our site and Highway 24. As you can see, there is room to store approximately 130 RVs and vehicles. It's not just storing RVs. There are cars there on the east boundary as well. So that is a fairly substantial RV facility, and there's a view of it from the Highway 24, and that's much more of intensive concentration of RVs for storage than you would see at the proposed RV park. And then this is a civil construction facility, which is just to the, sorry?
Commissioner Gardner.
So sorry, full of questions today.
That's fine.
The storage area, the cheap storage area, what is the zoning on that?
That is A35 as well.
Okay, so it's RV storage, and I'll confirm with staff, but RV storage would be an allowable use of the A35?
No. It isn't. It isn't allowed use in the A35. I think the owner will claim that they were grandfathered in, that they were in existence prior to the zoning coming into effect in 1999. That isn't evident from the aerial photography, but I don't have any evidence to dispute that. The aerial photography suggests that this was constructed in 2004. This site there was nothing in 1999, and this came in 2004. But it is definitely not an allowed use. If the only way this could possibly be allowed is if there is some form of grandfathering in.
Okay, I will direct some additional questions on that to staff. Thank you for clarification.
The Colorado civil construction, similarly, I don't believe it's an allowed use in the zoning, and there are no considerations. There are home occupations that are more liberal in the agricultural zoning. I'm not trying to interpret here whether these are allowed or not allowed uses. They are existing, and they form the character of the area. They are indicative of a more commercial character in this area than purely agricultural farming or residential. And then across the street, as noted, there is a trucking firm. This is tucked away a little bit, but they are kind of parking trucks there, storing material, going to and from the site with fairly substantial trucks. And then this is a view from Highway 24, where you can kind of get a kind of feel for a more overview of some of these facilities. And the feeling of when you're driving along Highway 24 going east towards Peyton, it very much feels like you're more into Peyton, into more of a commercial feeling for the area than in an agricultural area at that point. Now I'm going to the site to talk a little bit more about how we feel the site topography works with the area to ensure that this won't be a very visible or impactful development to the surrounding area. So this photograph is taken from Peyton Highway, looking north, slightly southwest towards the Quonset hut. And as you can see, you can't see the Quonset hut from Peyton Highway because of the topography. It dips, it flattens out and goes down. You can see the cell tower there next to it. And then this is from the Quonset hut looking out. You can just about see the poles that are along Peyton Highway. You can't see the adjacent residential on the east side of Peyton Highway. And this is a view from the other end, looking at slightly more south direction. Again, you can just about see the poles on Peyton Highway. You can't see the residences. So the majority of the camping will be pulled back and be away from the neighbors and will be beyond the break in the slope, which is shown here. So this is really the grading. This shows the break in the slope here. And the intent has been to really push this back in this location. There will be some closer in this area, but we're providing some cross sections, keeping this area open. This is the existing treed area, which will provide screening. And there will be a significant change in grade. So pretty much the 2/3 of the site won't be visible from Peyton Highway or neighbors to the east. And then here's some cross sections just showing that difference in grade coming at the entrance point, showing that it goes up and then flattens out, which makes it just a little less visible and hides a lot of the activities on the site. And this goes to the fact that we have made attempts with our site plan to really try and limit the external views of the property. And then this is entirely across the site just to get a feel how it does slope up and then flattens out. And this area is some distance from Peyton Highway, and that's really why when you're looking, you're kind of looking straight over the top of those uses. And so looking a little bit more now at whether the site is suitable for the intended use. So again, I want to emphasize that we're proposing a high quality RV park, providing premium facilities that accommodate ADA accessibility, which is a unique feature. It's not provided in any of the RV parks elsewhere in El Paso County or the area. The size of the property allows for us to have a lower density RV park. It maintains the natural features and also provides generous setbacks, buffering, and open space. We have direct access to Peyton Highway, which is a major collector, and proximity to State Highway 24, which is a major thoroughfare for tourism and recreation traffic. The site, in our opinion, is in a mixed residential, commercial, and agricultural area. And the nearest campsite to the east is 330 feet. So that's the one in the southeast corner. That's the nearest campsite. The proposed R5 zoning, the residential, single-family residential, will actually provide a buffer to the south. So that was intentionally placed in that location to buffer from the existing RR5 zoning to the south. It's been previously graded. It has had commercial operations in the past, and it's been graded, so there'll be minimum disturbance to the site. And the topography, as I noted in the previous slides, screens the majority of the site from the east. And we can utilize the existing Quonset hut. So there's a lot of aspects of the location and the site itself which lends itself perfectly to this development. And then the use-specific standards, I'm not going to go through these in detail, but we have met them all. We are significantly less dense than is allowed in the RV park zoning, and we have proposed conditions to control that. We meet all the other requirements of the specific layout that the county requires and the rules for water and septic connections and so on. This will be served by wells and septic system. Oh, there's an aspect there about compliance with fire code regulations. Obviously, we have to meet all fire code regulations, and there will be a review by the fire department when we get to the SDP stage. The park rules are seeking to have compliance with fire-wise requirements and limit the opportunity for any unattended campfires that could cause a problem. So these are other aspects which are pretty straightforward, and we are significantly exceeding the open space requirement for the RV park, and we have provided the maintenance statement that was required by the county. So I want to briefly go through some of the other concerns that we heard primarily at the public meeting and also you've seen in letters. A lot of it had to do with how the park was going to be managed, operated, controlled, etc. The applicant has subscribed to the outdoor hospitality industry best practices. And these include those listed there, which I think some of the main things from the neighbour's perspective relate to safety and security, and also that the maintenance of the park will be properly maintained, the landscaping, grounds and equipment and so on. And then there will be operational guidelines that will control, which will help to frame the actual controls on the park. They are keen on, making sure that this is a safe, secure place that people want to stay, and that it's a high-quality campsite, and that this is what all these factors lead towards. A lot of comparison have been made to some other RV parks in the area, particularly in Calhan, and we'll talk a little bit more about those, but we're proposing something very different to that. Some of the rules that will be in place will relate to noise, trash, controlling pets, conservation of water, open fires being limited when there is the high-risk times, no RVs older than 15 years or in disrepair. So that again leads to the quality of the RV park, that only newer RVs will be allowed. No recreational marijuana use will be allowed, and they won't be allowed to establish residency. These RVs will be rented on a license basis and not on a lease basis. So they will be a license which doesn't have the same rights as a lease or a tenant under a lease. So they wouldn't be allowed to establish residency in order to access local schools. So they're quite different from some of the other RV parks in the area, where people have established permanent residency. And then we'll have a detailed maintenance plan that is required at the site development plan stage. So this is our estimate of the average campus per day over a period of the opening period, which is roughly from March through November. The peak period is clearly in July, with June and August kind of being in that peak as well, and then definitely coming down as you go into the off-season. The orange line represents the maximum occupancy. We're not anticipating this site to be at maximum occupancy, probably very often at all, based on data from other RV parks. I think there were some comments made at the Planning Commission that other RV parks in the area are not operating at maximum capacity. Therefore, we don't need this RV park and it's doomed to failure. RV parks are designed and anticipated just like a hotel. I mean, a hotel is not 100% occupied most of the time. So we have to plan to that 100% occupancy in terms of traffic analysis, in terms of water supply analysis, in terms of sanitary sewer capacity and so on. We have to plan for that maximum capacity, but the reality is that we don't anticipate it will be at maximum capacity at any time really during the year, maybe 1 or 2 days potentially, but even then it's unlikely. But that is part of the business plan, and that is included in the business plan, and it is still a viable business plan with that assumption. So local campground comparisons. Our primary reason for looking at this was really to compare the density. As I say, emphasis was put on the comparative locations. I'll talk a little bit more about that, but the campsites are generally in that 10 to 15 campsites per acre range. This site is at 3.4 campsites per acre, so it's much lower density than any of the others in the area, including some of the lower density ones, such as the KOA and Falcon Meadows, which are a little bit more kind of in the area and you might be familiar with. And just to emphasize that, the lower density, we're capping the number of campsites. We have access of a major collector, which is planned to be a principal arterial. We will have seasonal closure. No permanent housing will be allowed, and we're maintaining the natural features, which helps to kind of keep that density lower and providing substantial buffering from the neighbors. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the couple of campsites in Callahan that have been referenced as the concerns that what this park may be. The Jolly RV Park that has access off 8th Street, and that includes RV storage. So it's a different character. It's not intended to be a high-end, kind of more rural feel campsite. It's definitely got a more urban location, and it includes RV storage. So it's a very different character. And then the Cadillac Jacks at also in Callahan, which has direct access off Highway 24 through adjacent property. So you can see here it seems to take its access. I think there are a couple of options kind of through and around the back here, and it can even come through here and around the back into this area. But there are, you can see this one is right by the road frontage. It has a nice little sectioned off yard and what have you. It is certainly being used as permanent housing, and that was evident from quite a few of the others in the area that they are being used as permanent housing. That is not the intent for this site. So there's no permanent housing, there's no school children associated with that permanent housing. So traffic study was submitted as part of the application. It is a requirement of a rezone. We moved the site access to make sure it is in a location that had no vertical or horizontal curve impediments to visibility. Initially, we were looking at putting it where the existing access to the site is. That's kind of at the top of a hill, just about the top of the hill, and its visibility wasn't the best for the RV park. We've got an average daily trips of 110. That was based on the maximum capacity proposed with the site plan for the rezone. As we have noted, we are going to cap that at 100, so that will come down because it was assumed 1 trip per day per camper, per campground. The AM peak hours that are analyzed here are the AM peak hours that are on the local road network. So it's not the AM peak of the park. The park peak is likely to be between 10 and 11, which is kind of when we're having check-in, and then park leaving at 2 to 3, park peak, sorry, the other way around, 10 to 11 when people leave, 2 to 3 when they come in, to give enough time in between to kind of make sure that there's no overlap or what have you. And the traffic generated by this is a pretty small percentage of the existing traffic volumes, existing and planned traffic volumes on Peyton Highway and Highway 24, particularly at the intersection there, but also on Peyton Highway itself. And I think significantly, it has been reviewed both by the County Engineering Department and also CDOT. Because of the proximity to Highway 24, we were actually asked by CDOT to conduct additional traffic counts at the intersection of Peyton Highway and Highway 24. They were satisfied with the analysis. They didn't think it would interfere or impact their infrastructure, and they didn't require an access permit. That's significant. CDOT will ask for an access permit pretty much on most developments, but because this was so low traffic volume, they did not require it, but said if in future the estimated volumes increase by more than 20%, then it will be required. So it falls under their threshold for an access permit because the traffic generation is so low. CDOT would like to review any future studies and what have you that are submitted with the SDP, so that will get further review by county and CDOT. I do want to talk about the comment that was made at Planning Commission that Peyton is a neighbourhood road. It isn't. It is a major collector currently defined. It has a width of 90 feet, right of way, 32 foot paved. It has a design trip capacity of 3,000 trips a day. And its design speed is 50 miles an hour and its posted speed is 45 miles per hour. That is not a local road. It doesn't allow any parking on the street. It doesn't allow any direct lot access, residential lot access on a major collector. The existing lots to the east that have their direct lots access do so because they are grandfathered in. They do not, a new residential lot would not be allowed to take access directly off the major collector or principal arterial. And as noted, this is planned in the 2040 Major Transportation Corridor Plan to become a minor arterial with a much higher estimate of 10,000 trips a day and a higher speed limit. So there is no shape or form that this is a neighbourhood road. It is clearly a collector, soon to be an well, not soon, but planned to be an arterial that can accommodate the traffic anticipated by this development. School traffic and bus stop. We took the information from the district's website for the last session was August 10th through May 23rd. That's identified on our occupancy chart. You can see that our peak occupancy is outside of the school term. And there may be a little overlap, excuse me, in August, but generally speaking, the bulk of the activities on the RV park will be outside of the school term, so there is unlikely to be any impact in terms of traffic on the school. The school is located on the other side of Highway 24, so it's not directly adjacent. There is a bus stop at Elliott View, which is about 500 feet north of the site. That, again, we're primarily operating outside of the school term for the peak period. And also our peak hours for the coming and going from the park are not at the same times as the school pickup and drop off at the bus stop. So the conflicts there will be minimal, bearing in mind that the overall traffic generation in itself is extremely low. Emergency response was expressed as a concern. We have a letter of commitment from Peyton Fire Department. They reference a 2-minute response time, which I think is pretty quick. The Sheriff's Office is a little different. They have much longer response times, but for a priority 1, you can see that Peyton really is up there as being one of the better response times. And the priority 2 is less compelling, but it seems to be the case for across the area. And there was reference to the fact that there have been a lot of call outs from Callahan PD to the RV parks in Callahan. Again, we are proposing a much different type of RV park that is not going to house permanent residents. It's going to maintain a higher quality with newer RVs. Even the rates are going to be such that they are going to be attracting an RVer who wants a quality experience. and people who are not going to be there to commit crimes or what have you. It's just really not going to be that type of environment, and it's going to be very strictly controlled. Water resources, obviously this is not, as you know, a finding for a rezone, but we have adequate water to meet our requirements. We have an estimated water demand of 6.06 acre feet. That's based on the current plan of 110 sites. We are suggesting a limit of 100. And it also is assuming, as I mentioned earlier, maximum occupancy. We also feel that the 100 gallons per day assumption that the state and EPC require us to assume is a little higher than probably is the reality. So all in all, a pretty robust calculation of water demand. And then the adjudicated groundwater available based on the county's 300-year rule. I want to emphasize that because, again, comments at the Planning Commission were emphasizing that county has a 300-year rule, not the 100-year rule. We know that, and we have a calculated based on the 300-year rule, and we still have sufficient water for the RV park. And then a summary, I just want to kind of highlight some of the main points that I made through my presentation. Planning Commission recommended against the project primarily based on not being compatible with the master plan place type or the character of the surrounding area. These are both subjective, and you can draw a different conclusion, and we would encourage you to do so. In particular, with regarding the conformance with the master plan, you have the discretion to give different weight to different aspects. I think it's key here that the RV park isn't really spoken to, or tourist accommodation, as a land use that's recognized anywhere in any place type. And also there is a huge emphasis on promoting tourism and economic growth generally in the county, and this will contribute significantly to that. We also would encourage the consideration of the fact that the master plan looks at the Falcon Payton area as a growth area, a priority growth area. And so the character of this area, we feel, has changed significantly over the last 10 years, and certainly since 1999 A35 zoning. It's probably going to evolve and change even more as we move forward with the approach of the master plan to growth in this area. And obviously, as I mentioned before, a lot of emphasis on supporting the local economy through tourism, and we will be providing a lot of economic benefit to the area. And then with the land use compatibility, I don't think this is the rural agricultural idyll that people are trying to represent in the community. There are a lot of changing factors. There are uses that have sprung up over the last few years that are very different in character. Some may or may not be allowed in the agricultural zone, but they certainly are contributing to a more commercial feel and character to the area. And again, the master plan encourages to look at the merits of a case in terms of siting scale intensity. We are proposing, again, a high quality park focused on visitors. And yes, they are visitors to the area, and people say, well, it's for visitors, it's not for the community. But the visitors will provide benefit to the community with spending. And there will also be people who are in the community generally who may want to stay here for a weekend break, maybe not in the immediate Payton area, but in the broader El Paso community. And we think it's really been thoughtfully designed in terms of the topography and natural features on the site to retain as much as possible and to limit impacts. And it's low density compared to other RV parks. It won't coincide with the school hours and terms. Again, Payton Highway is not a local road. It's a major collector suited for this type of traffic. And I think significantly, conditions of approval were offered and discussed at Planning Commission to help control the future of this RV park, because I think that was a concern. Get zoned RV park and then that's it, it could completely change. But we don't want it to change. We want to keep it as we're proposing it. So we talked about conditions, and I think based on the special purpose zoning district, it says it's for very specific application. So we do think that the conditions we're proposing will help to make it more specific and also are appropriate for a special zoning district. So the conditions of approval that we have offered, and we have discussed these with staff, and I believe they have presented them to you as an option. No more than 100 campsites shall be allowed, so that goes to the density. We want to keep it low density. No temporary or permanent housing is permitted at this site except for one caretaker's quarter. And that goes to the point of if the adjacent single-family home is sold separately, then there will always be a caretaker on the property. And that's actually addressed in number 5, that there will be somebody there to manage the property either on the site or in the adjacent single-family lot at all times. We are proposing a maximum length of a single stay shall not exceed 90 consecutive days. There was concerns that this would lead to temporary or permanent housing. 90 days, some people want to stay for that length of time. They want a little bit of a longer vacation. And so we felt 90 days were appropriate. And staff indicated that that was generally consistent with the campground stay facility requirements. So we felt that the 90 days was appropriate. Specifying more clearly when the park would be closed. So there is a downtime over the winter, and that again limits the option for permanent long stay housing. And then finally, we really want to tie that site plan to the RV park zoning. And so we want to say it will substantially comply. We don't want to get approval and then come in with something completely different. Yes, there may be tweaks. Yes, if the fire department says you need a second point of access, we want to be able to accommodate those things, but we don't want to depart substantially from that. However, I will say if there are things on the site plan that you saw that you don't like or would prefer we consider changing, we are open to considering those options in terms of making recommendations on potential tweaks to the site plan at this point. If they are felt important enough to guide your decision. So with that, I am happy to answer any additional questions.
Do we have any additional questions for the applicant? Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of things. I appreciate the presentation. It's very thorough. Living in the area, I know that as I talk to people who do RVing, one of the questions that people have asked about some of the other local campgrounds has to do with that long-term housing kind of piece. So you've said that people will not be able to use this as housing, and especially in relationship to the school, which I think is interesting because you're going to have no additional students, but the school will gain some benefits, which I know the district has tried for a tax increase in the area, and so there obviously is a need for additional money to go to the school. However, one of the other concerns that I would have is the prevalence in some of the local campgrounds, including in Falcon, for registered sex offenders to take up residence in those parks. So I would assume, based on your statements about residency, that that would not be allowable in this park either, because I know that's why a lot of people won't stay in some of those other parks.
Yes. No, exactly. I mean, again, emphasizing we want it to be a high quality park that attracts campers who want that experience. And the bottom line is no permanent residency, which would limit that anyway, but really no temporary residency either. If we're limited to maximum length of stay to 90 days, you're not going to get people who are going to stay there for that length of time. And my client is going to be very thorough on, I'm not sure they're necessarily going to go as far as background checks, but I'll ask that question. But they are going to be very discretionary in who they allow to come into the campsite, and it is going to be a family-oriented location for people, like I said, with an emphasis on accommodating special needs. And so they are going to control that themselves. However, a lot of the concerns I've heard about this specific park is, how do we guarantee that in the long term? This is what your client wants to do. This is what the owner wants to do. How do we know if they sell the park that that the next owner will want to do the same? And I mean, part of me says you can't guarantee that your neighbor won't sell their house and you get somebody untoward, as you're discussing, living next door to you. But having said that, that's why we're proposing the conditions. We propose them with the intent of ensuring that long-term protection of not allowing permanent residence, of maintaining that kind of high-quality feel with the on-site caretaker or manager, and also to ensure that the value stays in the park. I mean, if my client sells the park, they're going to be selling it as a going concern, as this high-value park. So anybody who buys it for whatever price that warrants is going to want to keep it that. Otherwise, they've made a poor investment. So it's kind of tied together. But the purpose we put those conditions in place, and we would be open to other potential conditions to discuss if you felt they're necessary to try and hone it down even further. But we want to be clear about what we're proposing, and we want the same as the neighbors in that we want it to stay this way. We don't want it to change.
I appreciate that. And you're absolutely right on, I live in an area where I can go on a map and I can see many of these, sex offenders who live in my neighborhood. That's a concern to me as a mother. And yet none of us probably live in an area where there aren't any. So I'm not particularly saying, I'm just saying there's a concentration that can sometimes form in some of those. So I do appreciate the non-residential, because I would certainly see a concern with that. But I do appreciate the limitations on the residency, so that hopefully it deals with some of those issues. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Williams, thank you for confirming that with a head nod. Any other questions at this time? You have some questions for staff? Okay. Let's go ahead and we can run through those at this time if there are no more questions for the applicant. And then at the conclusion of the question and answer, we will take a brief break before moving on to the public input section of the hearing. And I'll go into more detail on that in a second.
Thank you. So the only one was about the RV storage. It showed like there was a map that had kind of a rectangle, but then also had other RVs outside, but on the same property. Is that one a legally operating or grandfathered in RV storage?
Yes, so I did find through our EDARP files that it was determined in 2022 that it was established as a rural home occupancy, and that was established in 2012, the rural home occupancy for vehicle storage.
So the rectangle itself, though, it looks like they're supposed to maybe stay in the rectangle?
I'm gonna search through her slides and just verify we're talking about the same one.
I mean, I don't know if it's.
Was it this one?
Yeah, that one. So the way the RVs are stored there, is that compliant with what is approved? Because it appears as if they maybe have been approved for the rectangle, and then they're not even complying with that. So I'm just asking about that. And so, but you're saying that this is in regulation?
Yes, based on our records and then what I could find for their site development plan that was submitted in 2012, this is in compliance with that approved rural home occupation.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions of staff at this time? Okay, with that, our next piece of this process is to take public input. We will begin with those in support of this application. And so if there are any people that are here to speak in support of this application. I would ask that you kind of queue yourselves up and be ready when we return into the auditorium. We're going to take just a very quick brief break. I will also remind you that this is a quasi-judicial item, and so the commissioners are not permitted at this time during an open hearing to communicate about this application. So with that, we are on a brief recess. We will return at 11 o'clock. As we get ready to come back to order in just a second, I'm just going to confirm that we have Commissioner Williams reconnected online. Excellent. Thank you. I will call back to order this Thursday, July 25th Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. Thank you for your patience. It's important that we keep a smooth and fair process all the way through. So thank you for your patience with a few breaks. It is a requirement really that all the commissioners hear the hearing in full, which means there's not an option for one to peel off and go take care of business. So thank you very much for your patience. With that, I indicated before the break that we will begin with anyone here to speak in support of this application. We would ask you to stick to the issues in the application and specifically the criteria, and please be cognizant of the 3 minutes that you are given. Feel free to queue up in the aisles to make it very efficient. We want to make sure that everyone is heard fully today. And with that, are there any in support of this application that would like to speak at this time? Please introduce yourself and the timer will begin.
Is this on? Thank you. My name is Mary Arlington. I am the Executive Director of the Colorado Campground and Lodging Owners Association, of which this party is very interested in. I am in support, and the organization is in support of this project. But almost equally as important, I've been hearing from El Paso County RVers and other campgrounds in the area who say this media, this attention has painted a miserable depiction of campers, RVers, and campgrounds. And we want to make sure you fully understand most of the businesses, there's thousands. I don't know if there's 18,000 in the country. There's over 450 privately owned campgrounds in Colorado. And the majority of these are very respectable businesses, and the campers are very respectable people. They might be lawyers or doctors. They might be you. They might be me. They aren't homeless people. And so please keep that in mind, that this, we've got Golden Eagle Campground is being managed by the third generation of that family. That campground has sustained 3 generations, and they're actually hiring their 5th generation. So really respectable in many regards. I also want to point out the mention of sex offenders. It is very customary in our industry that if a camper comes in and stays for a night, a week, a weekend, no background checks are done. It'd be like going to a hotel and having a background check because you're at a convention in Colorado Springs. But typically, the park owners do them when the stay is for 30 days or more. Typically, they do for many reasons, just their own. They want to know who's on their property. These are their, when I had my RV park, somebody said, you really run a B&B, but instead of inviting me into your spare bedroom, I'm camping in your yard. So we want to know who's in our yard. And another thing I'd like to point out is that when these businesses come in and they are paying the school taxes and they are paying a lot of things that they themselves aren't using, like putting kids in the schools. In tourism, in 2023, the Colorado Tourism Office reported that every resident was saving almost $800 a year on their taxes because of the tax dollars and the revenue that tourism was bringing into the state. So this park is going to be generating that kind of savings for your residents. And I think that might be all I really have to say. But this is a fabulous plan, a layout, and we hope that you will approve it.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here in support of this application? Please introduce yourself and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hello, my name is Heather Rubenacker. I represent the outdoor hospitality industry. We are a 501c6 nonprofit. Our primary constituency is RV parking campground owners. I'm also a Colorado resident, future camper in this establishment with me and my 2 kids and my little dog and my husband and our little pop-up. Wish I had a 5th wheel. But just wanted to state today that Ojai represents more than 10,500 privately owned RV parks and campgrounds, most of which are independently owned by families just like Scott and Deidre. These are small family-owned businesses, and they provide a great deal of economic value to the communities that they are in. Almost 88 million households in the U.S. identify as campers, and last year alone, more than 53 million of them took at least one camping trip. And that is sourced from the KOA North American Camping Report. Visiting parks like Scott and Deidre's, like they're trying to build, will bring in family campers and looking to make lasting memories and have vacations with their families and spend quality time with their kids. Nearly 25% of these camping households have incomes of more than $100,000 per year. And in all household demographics spend on average $200 a day in the local community, and that is quoted from the 2023 Outdoor Hospitality Generational Camping Report. For a park like the one that Scott and Deidre are proposing, with roughly 100 sites, with an average occupancy of roughly 65%, that's $4.7 million spent in the community every year by the campers at local restaurants, grocery stores, movie theaters, other activities and attractions as well, and gas stations. That does not include the properties, lodging, and taxes that Scott and Deidre will pay on their business. And it is shown that camping is growing in popularity with all generations and has been since COVID. With a 52% of campers saying that they do plan to camp more this year than last, as compared to 48% and 37% in the previous 2 years. And that is also sourced from the KOA North American Camping Report. And just on a personal note, I do encourage you to approve this property. It's going to be a beautiful RV park. And I do hope that the local community can realize that the positive impacts will far outweigh any potential negatives. And I am an exact replica of who will be camping there. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in support of this application today? In the room and online? Hearing none. We will move on to those who are here to speak against this application today. Again, we'd ask that you respect the time. I know Ms. Bagley's presentation at the beginning indicated that sometimes we allow you to pool time. Can I get a quick show of hands of an indication of those, anyone planning to donate their time to a single speaker? Okay. Well, as that speaker comes up, I will ask for that quick show of hands so that we can set the timer appropriately in that case. And thank you very much for respecting whatever the timer is set at. Any speaker that comes up, please introduce yourself and your time will begin. Indicate if you are speaking on behalf of others in the room, and that's when I will ask for a show of hands. With that, please introduce yourself.
My name's Jeremy Pierce. I'm the owner of the property directly to the north. So we are on that fence line. And it was brought up that they were trying to make my property sound commercial. All of those items that were shown in the aerials, those are personal belongings. Those don't have anything to do with customers' vehicles or anything of that nature. The tractor and lawnmower repair that occurs on there is done by one person. So if you can imagine, how much can one person do? They do a lawnmower or a tractor here or there. It is far from a commercial property. They have livestock on that property. They have chickens, they have geese, they have all sorts of things. This is a family home. I'm the owner of the property. The people that live there are my tenants. The people that came up and spoke for this, ironically, are in the camping business. Imagine that. Sure, of course they want more camping. We have the potential to have up to 500 to 600 people camping directly next door from us. I understand there's a need for camping. I used to do it a lot when I was younger. There's plenty of areas that are way more suitable for a site like this further to the east. Yoder area, somewhere of that nature, where you can actually feel like you're camping. The area that we are in, it's an actual neighborhood. I would invite you guys to take a drive down Peyton Highway. This is a neighborhood. There's not a person in this building that's for it or against it would want 500 to 600 people camping in their neighborhood. And that's literally what it's going to be. It's going to be in and out. It's going to be traffic. It's going to be dust. They talk about how it's going to benefit the local economy with the little general store across the street. That's not going to happen. They're going to have their own stores. They're going to have their own stuff for sale. Maybe there'll be a little bit of income generated off of the fuel sales from the local gas stations, but that's about it. This is a horrible thing that they're trying to sneak in. The owner of the property is not even living on the property, does not intend on living in the property. All he wants is a money grab. That's it. He wants to make a bunch of money, leave, and then all of us are stuck with the problem to deal with. So I would really implore you guys to highly consider this and think about the families and the children and everybody else that could be at potential risk from a project like this going in. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please introduce yourself. Your 3 minutes will begin unless you tell us that you're representing others.
I am representing others, 2 others.
Can I get a show of hands at 2 others? Okay,
Yes.
so a total of 9 minutes then
Yes,
on the
ma'am.
clock. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Nicole Fields, and I'm just going to read a letter because I won't remember everything if I just go by memory. All right, County Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I stand before you to express why the proposed rezone from A35 zoning to RVP zoning in Peyton does not conform with the current master plan for our community. This proposal, while perhaps well-intentioned, overlooks several crucial aspects that define the character and future of Peyton. Regardless of the proposed rules, regulations, and quality of the park, it fails to meet the LDC criteria required for the proposed rezone. The applicant has stated that El Paso County has witnessed significant changes over the past years. This is certainly true for the town of Falcon, defined in the master plan as a regional center, which has seen a surge in development, bringing new businesses, infrastructure, and a shift in the community's character. However, Peyton, which is 10 miles further to the east, which is what we are specifically talking about today, has remained a small, primarily agricultural and vastly rural residential area that is defined in the master plan as a rural center. This preservation of Peyton's rural charm is a testament to our collective desire to maintain a peaceful and undisturbed way of life. The current El Paso County master plan emphasizes the importance of protecting our agricultural heritage and ensuring that development aligns with the existing character of the community. The proposal to rezone to RVP, which would allow for an RV park within a large lot place type, does not align with this vision. Page 26, Section 3 of the master plan discusses this place type, defining that it should, in quote, support the rural character of the community. I want to talk a little bit about tourism. On page 33, the master plan discusses the rural center place type of the town of Peyton, and it states that commercial services are to support the residents. This rural center is not intended for tourism, as are other areas in El Paso County. There are no services in Peyton that would attract or support tourists traveling in their RVs. Unlike Falcon, which is equipped with amenities and infrastructure to support a more transient population, Peyton lacks the necessary facilities to make an RV park viable or economically beneficial to the community. There are very few businesses in Peyton. I think there's maybe 3 or 4. So there are very few businesses in Peyton for tourists to spend their average of $322 a day. There is not a gas station. There are no restaurants. The only one that was there was a bar and it burned down. So there are no restaurants now. There is not a grocery store. There are no movie theaters. And the mentioned trails are only reachable by driving 5 to 10 minutes to them according to the master plan. The land use chart on page 23 of the master plan clearly shows that tourism is not a supporting or primary land use for the rural and large lot place types. Although the master plan is clear on encouraging tourism within the county, it is specifically not supported in rural areas or the large lot place type. Moreover, the proposed RV park does not conform to the surrounding properties. Land use goal 1.1 is, in quotes, to ensure compatibility with established character and infrastructure capacity. Our community, end quote. Our community is characterized by large lots, open spaces, and agricultural operations. Introducing an RV park into the large lot place type would disrupt the visual and functional harmony of the area. The increased traffic, noise, potential environmental impacts are at odds with the serene rural lifestyle that Peyton residents value and have worked hard to preserve. The existing commercial uses mentioned by the applicant are all either allowed under the A35 zoning or were in place long before the current zoning use chart was created, making them legal nonconforming. And many of them have been in business, the game processing 20 years, the auctioneer and RV boat storage 30 years, the kennel 15 years. Most of these are not new businesses. The place type and land use chart on page 23 of the master plan shows that the only primary land use for this place type is single-family detached residential, which on page 26 is described as generally occupying lots of 2.5 acres or more, and are generally large and dispersed throughout the area so as to preserve the rural aesthetic. An RV park is not an approved primary or supporting land use for the large lot place type. During the recent Planning Commission hearing, the majority of the commissioners recognized these incongruities. 6 of the commissioners voted against the rezone based on the specific criteria that must be met for approval, which is what we're discussing today. The 2 votes in support of the rezone were not grounded in these essential criteria. As documented in the minutes from the hearing, these votes were based on personal opinions about land ownership and community sentiment rather than the objective standards set forth in our planning guidelines. It is imperative that our decisions be guided by the established criteria and the long-term vision for Peyton as outlined in the master plan and land use criteria. Allowing a rezone that deviates from these guidelines sets a dangerous precedent and threatens the character of our community. We must prioritize thoughtful criteria-based planning that respects the unique qualities of Peyton and ensures its sustainable future. In conclusion, the proposed rezone from A35 to RVP zoning is unsuitable for Peyton. It does not align with our master plan, which is the intended guide through which all land use and zoning decisions are made based on the required criteria for land development. This application clearly does not meet the LDC required criteria. The application is not in general conformance with the El Paso County Master Plan, including applicable small area plans, and there has not been a substantial change in the character of the neighborhood, which we're talking specifically Peyton, since the land was last rezoned. Also, the proposed land use or zone district is not compatible with the existing and permitted land use and zone districts in all directions. The proposed rezone is a clear example of leapfrog development, which is clearly discouraged in the master plan. It simply does not fit. I urge the commission to deny this rezone proposal and continue to uphold the principles that have preserved the integrity and character of rural El Paso County. As the elected county commissioners that represent the community members of Peyton, you have a duty to objectively uphold the criteria upon which development and rezoning decisions must meet for approval. The community is also trusting that the various financial contributions made to 3 of the current county commissioners' campaigns over the years by the applicant will have no sway on your decisions to uphold the objective and clear land development requirement criteria. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Please introduce yourself. Let us know if you are representing anyone else. Okay, your 3 minutes will begin.
My name is Greg Miranda. I'm a born and raised native, a resident of the area, and an RVer myself. NES is an organization that these folks have hired to present, and they're very they're very well versed in sales. So I'm going to use quotes a lot because I believe words mean a lot. So to start off with is, she mentioned as you drive into the area, it has the feel of commercial. Well, I looked up on the tax assessor website, the kennels that they keep talking about at 17925 East Highway 24 was purchased last on September 26th of 22. In 21 is when the 9,600 square foot horse arena, agricultural, was built. In 21 was when 9 cattle sheds, loafing sheds, spread out amongst the 30 acres were built. And then adjacent stables also built in 2001 of 10,000 feet. They were not built for kennels, they were built for agriculture. Somebody has since bought them and is intending to change that. It does not look like a kennel as you drive by it. It looks agricultural, 100%. Secondly, construction. As you drive up, the large building that she mentioned for construction is way up on the hill and over the crest. You can see part of the building and maybe one piece of large equipment. It does not look like commercial. Lastly, the road usage. I concede that the Peyton Highway can handle the traffic. What I don't concede is that Peyton Highway cannot handle upwards of 67-foot length rigs of trucks and trailers turning on and off, and usually will be also going onto the shoulder, which the shoulder is dirt. When the pavement hits the dirt, every time you run over that, it's not intended to have wheels and tires of weight go over that. The corners of the roads will chunk out. It happens in my neighborhood and I see it all the time. They fix it about 4 times a year because it needs that, and that's regular traffic. What I'm gonna say next is, I believe, and I'll mention this with their words, I believe they don't care about the community. They believe in selling you. They tried to sell us on April 24th of 24 with this document, and I'm happy to give it to you, with all these warm and fuzzies, because they have these words they've mentioned many times today of proposed, potential, and intended, okay? One of the things that I asked at that meeting, they did not answer. I asked it at the Planning Commission meeting, they did not answer. I'll ask it again here. They never once gave the residents any conditions, guarantees that they won't sell the property or change their conditions. The last thing I'll say is they said originally, no more than 10 to 2 weeks maximum occupancy. Today they've said 90. They change constantly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please introduce yourself and whether you're representing someone else as well.
Good morning. It's still morning. I'm Ed Kovitz, and I'm the owner of the RV storage facility that's come up several times and all. We bought that property in 1992. We built our house in 1994. And then we started storing vehicles there probably in 1996, something like that. We've got all the old leases still. We've kept them just so that we have that. And also our park is grandfathered in, and it has been since whenever that was, whenever zoning came into effect. So anyway, I sent a letter to the commissioners yesterday, and I hope that you all have been able to read it or will read it. So I'm not going to bore you with reading that over again. The biggest thing I want to talk about today, my biggest concern and one of the biggest concerns about the people in eastern El Paso County, or the state of Colorado perhaps we should say, is fires and wildfires. We see them every single day on the news somewhere. And El Paso County in eastern Colorado is prime for that. This is a semi-arid area and all. And with our wind that we get and the microbursts, have you all been subject to a microburst? We had one the other night at 2 in the morning, or last week at 2 in the morning. It shook our house and all. So can you imagine 100, or let's say that there's only 35 campfires going and there's a microburst. We're going to have sparks and embers going all over the place. There are going to be fires, and speaking of fires, nothing against the Peyton Fire Department. They have 16 volunteers, and I think one paid But anyway, even if there's 20, they cannot handle fighting a wildfire. And especially with 100, let's say we had 100 campfires going, we'd have fires everywhere. We cannot handle that. You know, the wildfires are just, they spread like crazy. So anyway, that was my big concern with about the fires and all. The other thing that's a concern is we don't have central water out there. Peyton, as you all know, is not an incorporated town. They don't have a well. There's not a fire hydrant anywhere near Peyton. And all around this campground, there's probably 5 subdivisions. And I didn't take time to count all those houses, but we're talking several hundred people, 1,600 or so people in the town of Callahan or Peyton. So how many people are going to be at risk because of wildfires? My time's almost up. So anyway, I hope that in conclusion, I have people that wanted to give me time, but I think I've made my point. May I say in conclusion, I do not believe that our firefighters, police, and the residents of Peyton should be placed at risk over an RV park campground. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Please introduce yourself and let us know if you're representing anyone else.
I'm just representing myself. Good morning. My name is Emmanuel Fiocco.
Excellent.
I'd like to start saying that before this RV park gets created, their property is already a problem. They're, like mentioned before, like they mentioned in their slides, they're at the highest peak on that hill on Peyton Highway. Well, my driveway is directly across from them, 50 feet away, which 9 kids use that driveway as a bus stop. First of all, that's the first thing. And the problem that I'm having with their driveway already, the lack of maintenance on the driveway and the ditches, their water, since they're at the highest point, it goes over the driveway, over the Peyton Highway, into my driveway, which I am the owner of Bearded Butterfly Trucking, which is the truck that they showed on the slide. And that material that was shown in that picture was to fix that driveway because, like I said, last June, when we had that monsoon season, it completely eroded my driveway because of the lack of the maintenance over there already. So if you have more cars, more trucks coming in and out, what's that going to do to the rest of my driveway and my neighbors' driveways? But I'm going to keep it short. And conclusion is we have 9 kids that use that driveway 50 feet away from their driveway that they're trying to use. And how are they going to fix everything else going downhill from there? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Teresa Fields. I'm using the minutes of Daryl Fields and Michael Martinez.
Excellent. Thank you. 9 minutes.
I live at 12915 Peyton Highway. My mailbox is 45 feet from the fence that marks the eastern boundary of the applicant's property. My front door is 128 feet the other direction. When the County Planning Commission voted on whether to recommend this zone change to you, the vote was 6 to 2 against. The 6 members who voted no all said they felt this change would be non-conforming with the current land use in the area. The 2 yes votes also gave their reasons for voting yes. One said she was deeply offended by the fear-mongering and that it angered her that the opponents were against the applicants making money. The other said he's a big believer in people doing what they want on their own property. We heard a lot about criteria being met in that meeting. These reasons for voting yes were not part of the criteria to be satisfied. These were opinions. However, I'd like to address these reasons. I think they speak to the current land use in our rural neighborhood. First, concerning the fear-mongering. My neighbors and friends have talked a lot about traffic, fire, water, waste treatment, first responders, and neighborhood safety. We have all imagined worst-case scenarios. Any of these things certainly could happen. Some of them certainly will happen because these kinds of things happen somewhere every single day. To take the fear-mongering out of the equation, though, let's realize that most of the real disruptions won't come from burglaries or drunken parties. Most of the noise won't come from medical emergencies or domestic violence calls or illegal fireworks. Most days, there won't be an accident at the bus stop. But here is what definitely, absolutely will happen every single day the park is open for those of us who live this nearby. RVs will arrive long after sundown and leave long before sunup as they travel through to other places. Doors will slam, people will be backing in and out to get the right angle, lights will shine into bedroom windows, storage compartments will be opened and closed, sliders will be put in and out, people will call out to make sure the kids are out of the way, dumpster lids will open and clang shut, campers will dump their tanks when they leave, travelers will sit at their campsites and talk, dogs will bark. We will hear all these noises every day because noise travels in quiet places like this. Then traffic will be held up as rigs maneuver in and out of the driveway on a narrow, shoulderless, 2-lane road with no turn lanes unless the county makes big changes in Peyton Highway. If you've ever camped in an RV park, you'll know these campground noises. They're part of the background for RV parks. We RV, but they're not part of the background for neighborhoods. For those of us living so nearby, they will annoy, irritate, and intrude upon our quiet, established lifestyle. And no one said we don't want the Smiths to prosper. We just don't want their RV park to change the way we live our lives in our backyards. Now concerning the right to do whatever we want on our own property. We all tend to believe this as it relates to our property. Few of us believe it when it relates to others' property. The truth is that yes, we should be able to do what we want on our own land. The truth is also that we shouldn't be able to disrupt the established lives of everyone around us just because we want to do something. That is why we have governing bodies. In a civilized society, people put these big decisions into the hands of a small group of people so that the greatest good of the greatest number of people can be served. We don't live in the Wild West. In America, we don't operate on whomever has the biggest guns and the most bullets wins. That is anarchy. For every person who gets to do whatever they want, there's a neighbor who has to give up something. That's why we have people who serve in jobs like yours. We're putting our dependence in you, our elected officials, to make sure the best good of the most people is served. If the applicants get to do whatever they want on their property here, by default, the rest of us give up the lives we want to have on our own property. If this rezoning happens and an RV park goes in, they plan to be open March through November. That's 275 days of the year. When they eventually sell or pass on the property to others, that could change to all year long, with no assurance to us that it won't become long-term living. Whether it's camping or living, that amount of people and that amount of space changes the quiet country lifestyle we enjoy in our own yards. One of the criteria that the applicants must meet is that this rezoning aligns with the character of an area. Lots of I's have been dotted and T's have been crossed by the applicants here. What they can't accomplish by doing their due diligence is to change the existing character of this area. We here in Peyton do have a neighborhood and a community with an existing character. If you say yes to this rezoning, that character ceases to exist for us, and a new character takes its place, one that is not in the master plan for this area. Please vote to preserve an existing way of life here on the eastern plains of your county. And as a footnote, as a 53-year resident of this piece of property, I can assure you that this is a rural area. Despite what Ms. Barlow, who has never lived here, despite her insistence that what she would like you to believe that this really is a rural neighborhood, as the residents all claim that it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Please introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Katie Harms, and I'm using the time of Megan Ray and Jim Kucharas.
Excellent. Thank you. 9 minutes, please.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, couple footnotes first. I just want to make sure that it is very evident that any of the taxes that come from any shopping, restaurants, any of that, the closest fuel restaurants that we have to Peyton is 10 miles away in Falcon or in Calhan. Peyton doesn't offer that. Okay. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak against this rezone, and thank you for being so very professional today. We greatly appreciate it. I'm not only here as a community member, but as the president of the Peyton 23 JT School Board. I do not take it lightly that my job is to represent my voting shareholders. The rezoning of this longstanding agricultural property to that of an RV park would be a drain on our resources with little to no financial benefit, and it is not in the best interest of our community safety. What we are fighting today is the rezoning, not the beautiful RV park that I know it's going, that they're representing, but we are fighting the rezone of an agricultural property, which I do understand is their only option as a rezone. Once this land is rezoned, there will be no going back. The owners do not have to continue to follow the park rules they're promising us and could allow long-term living at any time. All of the glorified ideas that they have put into their letter of intent do not have to be followed after it is approved or once they decide to sell the park. If that happens, this park could easily turn into low-income living with an even more drain on our resources. We have confirmed with the town of Calhan, in reference to their RV parks that have been sold a few times, that since there are no improvements to the land, the only revenue paid by the owners will be based on the vacant land. Having temporary structures such as RVs on the property do not add to the assessed value, therefore no additional funding is paid to the state or county. Also, owners have a second rezone request to make the remaining 5 acres of the original 40-acre agricultural lot into residential land. This means that the home, the only real improvement on this land, will be zoned residential, and therefore this land will not have to pay the additional commercial taxes that could benefit our unincorporated community. This RV park is set to open March through through November. This would give plenty of time for those staying at the park to enroll in our district. Our schools are already in need of roofs, wastewater treatment facilities, higher salaries, building upgrades and additions, and very little funds to cover these upgrades. As discussed with the town of Calhan, and having been a teacher in a low-income school, I can tell you that temporary housing like that of an RV park tends to bring transient students that have more than average needs and obligations to our already overworked and underfinanced school district. As the letter from the school board states, kids living in transient communities often require special services, and our school district does not have the resources to accommodate that. The $15,000 a year that the RV park will allegedly bring the district will not supply the necessary resources to help those incoming temporary students. Would it be right to make those accommodations for non-tax-paying residents and take away from the students whose parents have a vested interest in our community? Please hear me. I wish we could help all students, but we need the financial resources to do so, and that of an RV park does not provide the necessary resources. To the contrary, it will only add to our financial deficits. The safety of our children on Peyton Highway is a real concern. This is in a neighborhood. They will be traveling to and from the bus stop, along with these large trailers that can't see them, when they are in an unfamiliar territory and coming over the hill. And how safe would it be for kids to sit at a bus stop across the street from an RV park full of strangers to the area? The RVs might be vetted, but the people staying in them can't be. Our children should not have to change their lifestyle in our rural community to accommodate for unknown travelers. And these kids do ride their bikes during the summer months up and down Peyton Highway. They take their bikes to the school for sports, to a friend's house. They're riding their bikes on this 2-lane road. Another safety concern brought to me by parents in the district is that the property has direct, unobstructed views to our elementary and junior high school. That means that anybody staying at the RV park would have the ability to see our children. When you combine over 110 strangers and one sheriff in a 500-mile radius, that is not keeping our children safe, and I challenge you to explain how this is in the best interest of the safety of the students in our community. There's very little to do in Peyton to keep travelers busy and out of trouble. The nearest public park is over 6.5 miles away from the rezone, and our trail system consists of a dirt trail that follows Highway 24. Not a real attention getter for tourists. I will reiterate, once this is rezoned to RV park, there is no going back, and there's no telling what the future holds in regards to the rules the owners set or how long they own it. The heavy vehicles will also continue to damage our roads, and I'm not going to go through that. I feel like enough people have talked about our roads, so I'm going to move on. It is also important to note that there is a federal agency that if there is a federal emergency, Zachary Usher, Deputy Director, Individual Assistance of FEMA, assured me that when necessary and requested by a state or tribe, FEMA does sometimes leave space at RV parks to support temporary housing needs. Yet again, another impact on our community without funding to help us support the needs of these people. As the president of the Peyton School Board, this rezone only brings negative impacts to our school district and our local students. They will provide zero funding to our community, but add unnecessary strain to our schools, educational staff, police force, and road crews. The rezone puts our children, our most vulnerable, into unsafe territory with the increased traffic and increased number of strangers that cannot be vetted just based on the RV they drive. If you approve this rezone request, it cannot go back to agricultural property. We should learn from what Calhan has gone through and keep this property for conservation of farming, ranching, and rural cultural services. Even you, our Board of County Commissioners, passed a proclamation on June 7th to celebrate El Paso County's Colorado Proud Western heritage, recognizing the rich cultural history and the traditions that define the spirit of our community. And we appreciate that. That's why we love living out there. But don't take away more agricultural land so that a couple of people can make more money and put a strain on a great little tight rural community. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the ease of a fair and smooth hearing, I would ask that we keep noise and cheering from the audience to a minimum, and so that we can hear everything being said at the podium. Thank you. Please introduce yourself and let me know if you are speaking for anyone else in the room as well.
Good morning, commissioners and my fellow Peyton neighbors. I will be using time donated by my wife, Kristen Hatfield, and Miss Monica Hoffman.
Thank you. 9 minutes, please. Thanks.
For all of you who don't know me, my name is Brian Hatfield. I and my wife, Kristen, are residents of the Peyton community. We are the owners of Gunslinger Ranch, which is just down the road from this proposed RV park. We are proud of our community, and I consider it my honor to speak on behalf of my neighbors. I've compiled some information and statistics on our emergency response for our immediate area. I've gathered information regarding law enforcement, the fire department, Colorado Flight for Life, and the neighboring communities that assist when emergencies arise. Our major law enforcement protection currently falls under the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. I had the opportunity to speak with Sergeant Robley about our concerns, and he was happy to share with me some interesting information. Sergeant Robley told me there is usually only one deputy on duty for any given day that doesn't have a significant event planned, such as Peyton Day, Peyton Days. This one deputy provides coverage for approximately 500 square miles. El Paso County is 2,130 square miles, so this one deputy on duty covers approximately 1/4 of this county's area, including Peyton. The statistics provided to me were for two separate categories. Category 1, priority calls, have an average response time of 29 minutes and 18 seconds. Category 2, secondary calls, has an average response time of 42 minutes and 21 seconds. Other calls with lesser priorities are mainly handled by phone reporting due to the lack of available deputies on duty. These response times combined with the local coverage area that this one deputy on duty has at any given time must cover, to me was shocking. Adding the high volume of campers that would be staying in the RV park, thus falling under the jurisdiction of our already strained responsibilities of the sheriff, would have a negative impact on both the RV park customers and our communities regarding everyone's health and safety. He also gave me statistics for the Peyton area common. In both 2022 and 2023, there were 80 complaints as well as 80 accidents each year. So far in 2024, the sheriff has logged 35 complaints and 40 accidents. Again, these numbers only reflect information for the immediate Peyton area. Peyton is part of District 4, of which the total area is much larger. In 2022, 700 incidents were reported in the entire District 4, which is the area that the sheriff on duty covering is responsible for responding to. I then spoke with Sergeant Anthony Trebizio of the Callahan Police Department. Callahan is located only 10 miles from Peyton to the east and has an RV park in town, thus being comparable to this proposed park. Sergeant Trebizio mentioned in conversation that a significant number of their calls come from the RV park there in Callahan. He provided a letter to me that his department responded 93 times to their RV park location over 6 months from January through June of 2023. He mentioned that the Callahan Police Department aid the El Paso County Sheriff when needed to help cover incidents in Peyton. This further supports the fact that the law enforcement in the Peyton area is already spread too thin. The additional burden this proposed RV park population would put on our law enforcement could have a devastating effect on our community's safety. Other neighbors and I spoke with the fire departments of Peyton, Callahan, and Falcon. Peyton Fire Department is comprised of 17 volunteers, only one of which is full-time duty. Some of these volunteers live in Colorado Springs. Chief firefighter and they operate on a budget of less than $300,000 a year. They respond to approximately 600 calls last year. Neighboring fire departments and EMS can be upwards of 20 minutes away when additional help is needed. Both the Falcon Fire Department and Callahan Fire Department shared that they both provide aid to our Peyton area due to Peyton's limited department. The Falcon Department shared that for automatic aid to the Peyton area, such as structure and brush fires, their average response time is 12 minutes and 19 seconds. Another emergency response unit I spoke with was Flight for Life Colorado. They provide critical care air transportation to our area during emergencies. They noted that their aid must be requested by the first responders to the emergency, such as law enforcement, fire, ambulance, and search and rescue. This means they would not even be dispatched until the initial emergency aid arrives and assesses the situation. With the already high response times in Peyton area, the RV park would further delay medical aid as it would undoubtedly increase the current response times. This could mean the difference between life and death. The fact that neighboring law enforcement and fire departments, Callahan and Falcon, routinely provide aid in Peyton shows that our emergency services are spread too thin for the current population. Adding this RV park would further burden our departments and could be devastating to those facing emergencies in our community. On July 11th, this year, there was a fire just down the road from this proposed RV park location. It was near the intersection of Spencer and Carpenter Roads. This fire involved a single RV. Before anyone was able to put out the fire, it engulfed the RV and then also started another fire, smaller fire nearby. We were graced by God to not have high wind that day. RVs contain propane, wires, and other ignition sources that can become engulfed in a matter of minutes, spreading very quickly to areas surrounding them. Combining numerous RVs, campsite, fire pits, grills, propane storage for sales, and dry vegetation, all on less than 30 acres, would be an irresponsible decision. Limited accessibility to navigate emergency vehicles into and through the park containing over 100 campsites while campers are trying to evacuate does not seem possible in an emergency. With lack of hydrants in the area, our fire trucks are dependent on the volume of water that their trucks alone can carry. I can't see any way our emergency response teams would be able to gain control of a fire in this type of situation before it spreads to the neighboring community, the neighboring properties. This would be devastating to those of us who reside on these surrounding properties and or have livestock on the land. With how quickly fires spread across dry ground, there would not be enough time or resources to save our homes, our animals, and possibly even human lives. I would like to know what emergency plans will be in place to ensure the safety of both RV park patrons and the surrounding community. What is the evacuation plan? Is there a smoking policy? What about campfires, grills, generators, vehicles, propane, and other fire hazards that could cause a wildfire in this already high-risk area? Taking this property that is zoned agricultural and changing the zoning to allow this high number of people concentrated on less than 30 acres would be a potentially devastating choice for this community. There is nothing positive that this proposed RV park would offer our community in regards to emergency response support in our area. It would only hurt us.
Mr. Hatfield, I would ask that you conclude your comments. We do actually have in front of us the entire letter from which you're reading.
That's
Please
all
conclude
I've
your
got.
comments.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And as we're waiting for the next person, just confirming that Commissioner Williams is still online. Okay. It's just the screen that's frozen. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Bonnie Kata, and I don't need anybody else's time. My name is Bonnie Kata. I live in Peyton Community for 23 years, and my husband has been there for 26. He bought a blank piece of property and built our house with his own two hands. The reason he moved here was to get away from the city, the commercialism, the industrialism, the traffic, the noise, the crime, the pollution, and frankly, the unfriendly nature modern city citizens seem to display these days. He also believed it was a good place to raise our children. I am the owner of Maggie's Corner Store on Peyton Highway in 24. My husband and I bought it primarily as a community outreach. To preserve the way of life that is quickly disappearing in our American modern society. We strongly believe that we are being successful. I'm a medical assistant, and I was a volunteer for firefighter and EMT for Peyton Fire Department. I was an EMT for AMR, and many years ago, I was a house supervisor for Beth Haven, a house for the severely mental and disabled. That experience has served me well, as later, our second oldest son has become mentally disabled. He's living with us for the last 20 years. I'm his main caregiver. And I believe country living has eased the impact on him and us. When I was an EMT, a first responder for AMR, I had many calls with families with mentally handicapped family members. Sometimes it was easy to see the frustration endured by the handicap and the family members caused by impacts of city culture. Our son is triggered by city culture in vast many ways. We know the quiet and easy country living, dark nights, no street lights, no noise, minimal traffic, and the friendliness of our neighbors has made this season in our lives and his easier. We know there are other family members with handicapped members who live out there for the same reasons. At least 125 to 200 I've been on the calls. The military and the retired veterans also live in the area for the same reasons. The agriculture, the farming way of life, the calming, rewarding, and beautiful area. Nature, for some, is a wonder to behold. Planting something and watching it grow is very gratifying and helps ease the minds of others. Sorry, I didn't realize I had that much time going on.
Comments?
Yes. So my question is, does one person coming in, changing our community and changing the rezoning outweigh for the rest of us that have worked hard and spent a lot of money and looked at the master plan and moved there for that reason? So please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else ready to speak in opposition to this application? Ma'am, did you raise your hand to give up your time to someone else?
Oh, yeah, I did.
You did? Okay. Someone can, yes. Just introduce yourself and did I see 2 hands or 1? Do you need 3 minutes? Just 1.
My name is Cadence Fields. I am the granddaughter of Teresa and Daryl Fields. Their house is 100 feet from the location of the planned RV park. I have spent most of my childhood sitting and hanging out at my grandparents' house. And if this RV park is passed, I would just like everyone to know that my mom and my dad, my brother and my aunts and my uncles and my cousins, my great-grandparents and all of the neighbors around it will never enjoy a quiet and peaceful evening or morning again. I also want to say that if this is passed, my grandparents' house would be in danger and at risk of fire starting because of the campfires that produce sparks and embers, and so will the neighbors' houses. And in conclusion, everyone living in and around Peyton will never enjoy living in Peyton ever again. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Monty Goodrich. I'll be utilizing the time of my wife Ginger as well as my neighbor Angie Bowman. So I'll need a total of 9 minutes, please.
Thank you very much.
Okay. As you know, I know you've heard a lot of different opinions. Everyone stated against, on the master plan, the viewing on it. I know you've seen what I've submitted, so I won't go completely through it. I'll try and hit bullet points as much as possible. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Monty Goodrich. My wife, Ginger, and I reside at the proud property owner of 12525 Safe Landing Drive in Peyton, Colorado, approximately 200 yards southwest of the proposed property. I'm seeing that at no time was a notice of intent received at any addresses that I've spoken to other than 2 properties in the area. I'm basically here to talk about the agricultural impact that we'd be looking at, as this is A35 resident and RR5 areas, which everyone is practicing agricultural. They are raising livestock. As we've heard, there are a few businesses there that are limited commercial that fall under the A35 classification that are basically services to the area. They do not advertise directly. They do not have huge signage up. They do not run commercials, run billboards, anything like that, or ads in the papers. They are strictly there for the community for services, as we have nothing within 10 to 25 miles that services these specific needs. As far as the agricultural impact, once the property is rezoned, as it's been stated, it cannot return to A35 status and will then be subject to the surrounding area to continuous rezoning changes, creating a much larger impact on surrounding agriculture and residential properties. Rezoning will drive out generational property owners due to the encroachment, artificial light pollution, extensive water concerns, and safety of family, property, and livelihood. The rezoning of this proposed property will reset the precedent for future rezoning, therefore leaving the ability to raise livestock such as cattle, horses, sheep, goats, hogs, llamas, chickens, etc., which I realize chickens are now considered domestic, crops and families in this agricultural community impossible. These are strong tax-paying community members that will be driven out by commercial entities such as the proposed RV park that are not concerned with growth in the community or the welfare of the existing population. Commercial, as we know, means business, and business was developed to create revenue, not community. Land degradation and erosion due to excavation of property and redirection of current flow of area runoff water. We have the reduction of groundwater runoff to neighboring lands, reducing natural irrigation, which is necessary for grazing and farming of neighborhood lands, which are all located at a lower elevation than the proposed property. All areas in question are A35 or RR5 within the area. Proposed retention pond for freshwater or groundwater, as there has been speaks of retention ponds. There has not been defined on whether this is going to be freshwater or whether this is going to be sewage water. So I've covered both. Proposed retention pond for fresh rain and water will hold back vital, necessary, and already limited groundwater to lower level areas, grazing and farmlands, as well as lower level water access sources. Releasing floodwaters during heavy rainfall to surrounding area properties, increasing erosion issues and property damage. Retained water will not only breed disease, but will introduce additional mosquito issues, which are a major concern to humans and livestock, as we know, in our county as well as any other. Proposed retention pond for sewage. Storage of wastewater and or sewage will, in addition to the displeasing odors, create the risk of retention pond leakage, as pond liners are proven to fail over time due to crystallization of the material. Leaking of these waters endangers neighboring domestic wells, which all reside at lower levels than this property. In the event of a rupture due to erosion issues, wildlife disturbances, and or chemical crystallization, these released waters would endanger neighboring domestic and agricultural wells, leaving them contaminated with the possibility of well destruction. In the event of wastewater spillage, the surrounding grasslands and waterways may be contaminated, creating disease issues for area ranchers and farmers and beyond, pending the waterways affected and their route of travel. On-site area lighting, artificial lighting at night, also known as ALAN. The introduction to mass overhead lighting drastically affects the natural sleep, grazing, and breeding cycles of area livestock, in addition to current area wildlife. This lighting also has been proven to cause sleep deprivation and health issues in humans due to introduction of artificial lighting during night hours, as there are multiple residential dwellings in the direct line with the proposed RV park lighting. As this is the highest elevated property in the area, residences in all directions will be directly affected. Light pollution emitting off in all directions causes negative effects such as increased cancer rates, heart problems, obesity, and sleep deprivation in both humans and animals. Excessive outdoor lighting disorients nocturnal animals and agricultural animals and affects their natural behaviors. Affecting agricultural animals can lead to monetary loss and damage to residents, affecting breeding and production. Outdoor light pollution wastes energy and contributes to climate change. A lawn is the most extreme environmental alteration. It disturbs nocturnal animals and causes issues with acquisition of food and water, and increases possibility of endangering local wildlife, revealing them to predators. Diurnal species like frogs are attracted to and disoriented by artificial light, leading them to unsafe environments. A lawn alters the secretion of melatonin in both animals and humans, causing issues with natural biological rhythms. As far as the area wildlife goes, deer, antelope, red-tailed fox, prairie hawks, falcons, etc. The proposed property is currently a wildlife habitat, as an area deer bed down in the treed area at the northern portion of the property in direct line with the proposed facility's access point. This property is also currently housing a red-tailed fox and her kits, and has for the past 3 years in that same treed area, as she is seen entering the treat area along with 2 to 3 offspring. The property is also utilized by area wildlife as a direct game route to and from area water sources, as there is no accessible water source on the east side of Peyton Highway within reasonable district. Rezoning of the proposed property will severely disturb the natural balance of nature and ecology associated with said property and the entire rural agricultural community surrounding it. Disruption of area wildlife will drive their migration and routes to area resources further north and across Highway 24 for acquisition of these natural resources. Area endangered and protected species. Within 200 yards of the proposed property to the southeast is basically a protected species known as the burrowing owl. Burrowing owls are small, unusual owls that nest in underground burrows instead of trees. They live in wide open, sparsely vegetated areas like prairies, deserts, grasslands, and agricultural fields. Rapidly urbanizing areas lead these versatile birds to nest in whatever open areas they can find, including vacant lots, road medians, and airports. They are often associated with prairie dog towns and other burrowing animals because they use their burrows for nests. They spend most of their time low to the ground. This species is listed as endangered in Canada and a species with special protection in Mexico. In the United States, it is listed as endangered in Minnesota, threatened in Colorado and Florida, and as a species of concern in all other states. It is considered vulnerable or in peril in most all states in its range. Burrowing owls are protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and considered by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to be a bird of conservation need, in turn federally protected. Threats to burrowing owl habitat include mainly construction and development activities, as well as the eradication of prairie dog colonies and other burrowing mammals. Unfortunately, in some places, these owls get evicted from their homes in favor of development. Fragmentation and isolation from habitat loss create additional threats to burrowing owls in breeding areas, as unpaired owls may not be able to find mates in small and localized populations. As the Peyton community is open to responsible development and growth, the request for the rezoning of the proposed property from A35 agricultural to RVP should not be approved, as it does not conform to the rezoning criteria in which this council has set forth, which coincides with the 2021 El Paso County Master Plan, and it does not provide anything beneficial to the community or conform with the current area or rural or agricultural heritage. In closing, we, the community of Peyton, urge you as our elected El Paso County Commissioners to disapprove the proposed rezoning, as after multiple meetings with community as well as many neighbors that have not been able to attend due to employment, childcare constraints, or physical ability, that this stance on rezoning is agreed upon throughout. The current zoning should not be altered to accommodate any special interest groups of any kind, as it will alter the characteristics of the area and affect our highly respected and beloved heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again for respecting the time requirements. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Excellent. And do I understand, do we have some people waiting online as well? Just one? Okay. We'll go ahead and take those in the room and that one at the end.
Hello, County Commissioners. My name is Jody Hefner. I will say that I was given 2 of our Peyton residents. They gave me their minutes, but I don't think I'm gonna need all the minutes. You guys have heard a lot. I know that. I've been a resident of Peyton for 30 years. My property touches this property. I'm also a licensed real estate broker. I've been a broker out in the rural El Paso County for 32 years. I do know about the zoning. I'm sure you guys checked on A35 zoning and what it allows and everything. I'm very familiar with all that. I think everything has been pretty well touched on in regards to, I didn't want to come up here and speak until I heard what other people had to share and talk about, and they hit on all the areas that met the criteria that you guys are needing. You know, the health, the safety, the fire department, the law enforcement, all that stuff has been addressed already, so I'm not going to talk about any of that. Basically, for me, what I look at is if you haven't been out there, this is a property, and I'm not taking anything away from their RV park. It sounds nice. The problem is it's in the wrong place. It is non-conforming. It is in a residential area. It is rural, but we have residences all around it. There's nothing commercial as been stated. This property is sitting on a hill, and there's been many things notated about crime and different things like that. Sitting on a hill opens, it's exposed to everybody, visual of everybody around the area. As far as, not much has been talked about the wind in Peyton, but we have wind, okay? And it's usually 30 to 70 miles per hour winds. And most of the time, those winds come in the springtime, but we are getting them in the summertime, okay? And of course, we have a dry season this year, but we don't have the resources to handle anything like this. We are a bedroom community, and we want to keep it that way. This project is outside of what was created specifically for commercial use, was the master plan, and that master plan runs basically along Highway 24, okay? This is being taken and brought into a residential community and being dropped there. I will make note that many of these residents here attended their first meeting. We gave our emails to everybody. We never got notified of meetings or anything like that after that. So there's a little bit of fault going on with some of that stuff. But you know, basically this community is set up for residential purposes. I have no problem myself with them having an RV park, but it does not conform with the area. It's being placed in a residential area, and they have everything along Highway 24. They've noted all these different places along Highway 24 in their maps. I've sold those properties to those people. I know a lot about those properties. Highway 24 is the master plan area for most residential or most commercial that's going to come there. So to take this and decide to put it in a residential location doesn't make sense, and it's affecting all of us. You've heard it from everybody here. This is a family who has owned this property, who has never lived on this property. They've leased it as a lumber or a framing. Their Quonset hut was for framing business. I understand it was also a grow op at some point. So, you know, no one's ever lived there. No one's there to be, as us residents, to interact with us and understand how we live. And this is going to have a major effect. If this goes through, which I am asking that you guys all oppose it, it's going to change everything in what we have is considered this nice bedroom community. You know, there aren't many of these left. So I think that's pretty much everything. The only other thing that concerns me a little bit too is we're talking about a highway. It's not a state highway. It's a county maintained road. It's a 2-laner. It doesn't get resurfaced more than once every 8 years. I'm concerned that we have bus stops. We have This is on a hill. There's a blind spot. Kids' bus stop is right there. There are just so many different things regarding this health and safety and all this, of this being put in this area. It makes no sense whatsoever. And if it made sense, I'd say, yeah, I'm for it, but I'm not. It doesn't make sense. It needs to be relocated somewhere else if they're choosing to do that. And the last thing I will say this, because I stated I'm a real estate broker, it's going to decrease the values minimally around surrounding properties 30% or more. People are not going to want to live. As you can see, these people don't want it. We don't want it. So anybody who comes is not going to want to live anywhere near an RV park. That it just doesn't make sense. So I'm asking you to please oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Please introduce yourself. Let us know if you're representing anyone else.
Just myself. My name is Nancy Pike, and I have lived in Peyton for the past 41 years. I'm not in favor of the rezoning our agricultural and our residential districts out there. Not everything is equated with dollars and cents. The quality of life we have in Peyton is, you can't put dollars and cents to that. We're an agricultural and rural community. No matter what these guys tell you we are, we know who we are out there. We live in Peyton because we want to. The master plan was developed to protect people like us, and that's what it ought to do. We shouldn't be able to be gobbled up by anybody just because of whatever one reason is, as opposed to the property. I agree with all my neighbors here with what they were talking about, so I won't go into those things. I totally agree. I do have a concern about evacuation. Let's imagine that we need to evacuate the entire area because of a huge fire, which we can have. I was on the Peyton Fire Department for 3 years. I know these fires. Once they get rolling in a 50-mile-an-hour wind, it's like a freight train. You can't stop it for anything. And you got to get out fast. You don't get a time to go, you don't get time to go think about what you're going to evacuate. You got to move. Let's imagine that all my neighbors are putting frantic horses into stock trailers as fast as they possibly can, gathering up their cattle and putting them into stock trailers and out of their minds trying to get those cattle in, and all the farm animals that we have out there. We have a lot. And imagine all those stock trailers coming down Peyton Highway from each direction, converging onto 24, and between 90 and 111 campers trying to get out of that park and converging into the same funnel at that center right there at Maggie's. What's that going to look like? And what's going to happen with tempers? And what's going to happen with revolt when that thing happens? And then, if there's one accident on Highway 24 and it shuts down, then what? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to speak in opposition to this application? Just a quick show of hands as she's making her way down. How many more? Okay, great. Please
Afternoon.
introduce yourself and your 3
I'm
minutes.
Anita Squire, and I'm using my husband's minutes as well. I'm going to talk to you. I am concerned about the traffic. I handed out pictures to you. I couldn't get them uploaded on the site, but I took those pictures where the bus stop is. Right there is Elliott View, and I live off of Elliott View in a subdivision of just our side is 11 homeowners, and they're all A35 properties. I'm concerned about traffic. As you can see, there is a sign that the county put up that there's a blind hill right there just above where the entrance to the proposed park is going to be, and then the bus stop down below it. We have people cutting through Elliott View, which, by the way, is a private road. We have to maintain Elliott View out of our own pocket. And it got so bad that we had to put up a gate at the east end to keep people from coming through Elliott View. They tried to cut through to go to Highway 24. We had a semi come through, and you can't turn around. It's a small private road, and he blew the gate that we put up. He got mad and just went through the gate. If a Class A or any fifth wheel comes through our subdivision and can't get through, they can't turn around. And it happens. We see it happen whenever there's an incident on Highway 24, it gets closed. You can't get on from Peyton Highway to 24. They try to cut through our subdivision. That's not fair to us, quite frankly. We have to maintain our roads. The other issue we have is this traffic study was done in January through March. The RV park will not be open in January through March, and it was done in 2023. We all know what's happening in eastern El Paso County. There's a lot more traffic than there was in 2023, 22, and 2019, the date was mentioned. 110 vehicles coming in and 110 vehicles going out. That's not the only traffic. My husband and I are avid RVers. We have traveled from here to the north to the East Coast. We don't just go and sit in an RV park. What do? We want to go to the amenities. We want to see the sights. We're probably 40 miles from the mountains. Anything in the mountains that people want to see? We wouldn't park. This would not be our final destination. It might be a beautiful park, but then once you go to see the sights, you have to come home. It's not just coming in and coming out. There's a lot of traffic that goes in and out of these RV parks. And in the mornings, there are mass exoduses when people want to get on the road and go to the next destination. So the 110, let's say 220 people coming in and out, that's a minimum. That's a minimum at peak times. If the park is full, you could probably double that. There's nothing in Peyton, and we like it that way. That's why we moved out there, because of the zoning that was put in place for our Ag 35 property. All of us live there because it's Ag 35 zoning. No traffic control. Obviously, we're out in the middle of nowhere, and again, we like it that way. That's why we bought our property out there. Is it fair to us because somebody wants to come in and put in a RV park, increase the traffic, increase all the safety concerns that we've all mentioned, when we actually bought our property for this reason? We've lived out there for 20 plus years. We like it, and we want it to stay that way, and we did that because of the zoning that was put in place when we bought our property. At the Planning Commission meeting, I think the chairman mentioned that everything is changing in El Paso County. We know that. We know that everything's changing. He mentioned a neighbor that moved in that had a barking dog, and it really frustrated him. I don't know if he was talking about him personally or this is a scenario. And he was very upset with this barking dog, and he had to realize that person, the new neighbor, has a right to own their barking dog. Well, in our situation, we're not talking about a barking dog, we're talking about 110 of them. And how would you all feel if you had 110 barking dogs move into your neighborhood? I couldn't quite understand. One barking dog is one thing, but that's kind of the frustration that we're feeling from this RV park. Again, it's probably going to be a beautiful place, but it doesn't belong in A35 and RR5 property zoning. And we respectfully request the county commissioners deny this rezoning proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak?
Hi, my name is Allison Gandy. I don't think I'm going to need the 6 minutes that I had, but just in case I do, I'm taking Renee Hollenbeck's time. Thank you for your time and the professionalism with which you've distributed at this meeting today. It's really appreciated. My family has been a part of the Peyton community since 1970, when they purchased the property at 12915 Peyton Highway. If this rezone is allowed, the driveway to my family's property would be directly across the street from the entrance to this RV park that would follow the rezone. Allowing the rezone, as you've heard, directly contradicts the El Paso County Master Plan. Once this property has been rezoned, there is no going back, and this is a permanent change that will negatively affect our community forever. As you've heard, the rezone is not in the best interest of this community, and as you can see, there is a significant opposition from the community, and there are formal petitions against the rezoning. I would also just like to point out that only 2 people showed up in support of this, and neither of them are from the Peyton community. Peyton Highway is a 2-lane highway with no paved shoulders, no bike lanes, and no turn lanes, allowing for the 60-plus foot RVs to safely make the turn into the proposed entrance. The park advertises expansive hiking trails, but the only one out there is a flat walking trail that follows Highway 24 from Falcon to Peyton. Peyton Highway must be traveled on for half a mile, and busy Highway 24 must be crossed and traveled on for an additional half a mile just to get to that trailhead. There are no traffic lights to protect pedestrian crossing. As you've heard, the nearest tourist destinations, grocery stores, gas stations, propane fill-ups, and restaurants are approximately 10 miles away in Falcon and Calhoun. So the revenue that NES stated would go back into the community will go into the surrounding communities, not the Peyton community. In closing, Peyton doesn't have the resources to support this, and there is not one Peyton resident in support of this plan. I implore you to vote against the rezone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Please come down, introduce yourself, and let us know if you're speaking for anyone else today.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm not speaking for anyone else other than those who have to work. My name is William Mistretta. I live at 17560 Cleese Court, which is approximately 5 miles to the north of this site. The reason I have an interest in this is that any attraction to the area, I live on the northeast access to Homestead Park. So if they were going to say attractions and recreation, it's a beautiful area, bicycles, trailers, and everything of the like. But my road is dirt road. It borders Lavaca Drive. There's already been an increase in traffic just to additional homes that were rezoned for construction up there. So that's number one. But number two, I would like to commend Ms. Barlow for her presentation. Everything I have to say will probably be rebutted very adequately. Commissioner, I would like to thank you for recognizing the city of Colorado Springs not having a real vested interest in the county. This is not playing to you, but it's reality. The fact is that I think the real important thing here is that commissioners, your constituents, if I have the numbers right, 144 in opposition all around this community or neighborhood of Peyton, whichever word you prefer, do not want this here. People aren't telling you that it's wrong, and people aren't telling you that it shouldn't be established or that by the whim of an individual, another word that you used earlier, Commissioner, a whim of an individual is affecting at least 144 people that are in opposition, that are asking you to please represent us in denying this. Some other place is fine. The important factor is it's not a draw. There's nothing in Peyton which has already been established. Tourism is being established all along the I-25 corridor from South Denver to Pueblo. The new amphitheater up around Northgate. You've got the Air Force Academy that's building their hotel right there at the north entrance. There's no recreational sites or anything else to draw. And the last point is the paint mines. They're being destroyed now. What's going to happen to them with people visiting the area? Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to speak in opposition to this application? I'm just checking. Speak now. Okay. And do we still have someone queued up online? Okay.
Hello.
Unknown
Hello.
participant is now joining.
Hi, who am I speaking with?
Good afternoon. This is the chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, and we can hear you in the auditorium. We are taking testimony of those in opposition of the application in item numbers 9 and 10. Please introduce yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I am using my wife Mary's time, and
Okay.
if I could, I would like to add another 3 minutes,
Yes, thank you, sir.
and I'll make it as short as I can. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. I wholeheartedly agree with the previous data and concerns already provided by this opposition group. My wife and I own lots 3 and 4, both 5-acre parcels in Longhorn Acres, which share the property line to this RVP proposal property. We purchased the properties years ago from the same LLC that is now trying to rezone the adjoining property to high density, high traffic, and high occupancy 24/7. This is out of the community character. Would you commissioners like to live next to this RV park? We as adjacent property owners strongly request that you deny the above application to rezone this property from natural ranchette status to very high density status. This project will stick out like a sore thumb. It isn't included in the master plan because the planners do not see the need for this type of zoning. The county should not allow rezoning from agriculture to RFP. That's leapfrogging from several levels of zones, classifications. We also talked about, the gentleman talked about the Sheriff's Department crime and stuff. High value RVs are a high attraction for theft and vandalism with spillover to adjacent properties in the community. The Sheriff's Department has said that they will support this rezone. This rezoning effort should require the Sheriff's Department to commit now to identifying what they will do to improve and to support this area better, i.e. add personnel or reduce this coverage size. They've talked about the fire hazard. There's an estimated 2,300 gallons of propane in that property with the RVs and the fill tanks that they're going to have on the property. We own an RV, and often we see people break the law, especially on 4th of July. And this is a major, major hazardous problem, Father, and for the large dry plains and many houses and outbuildings. The firemen are not limited by capability, but by the fact that they have to drop everything, get to the station, equip up, and drive to the fire. How many structures will be lost in 20 minutes? Jody talked about property devaluation. There's 6 properties that are adjacent to the RVP rezone. The evaluation of our property is estimated to be as much as $50,000. Jody said it could be reduced by 30%, which is more than $50,000. Each of our 2 parcels share the property line with the RVP. Additional well costs of approximately $30,000 to $50,000 per well, and other surrounding properties will be affected. 4 of the properties are 5 acres, 1 is 20 acres, and 1 is 10 acres. This cost to local property owners can total over $1 million. The RVP partners should restore all the negatively affected property owners to a financially whole status. This, as many other costs, the build out of the RVP, permits and inspections are the costs of doing business. We property owners should not suffer financial loss due to the RVP partners' drive for this business venture. They're making a profit, and that should not cost us non-involved property owners. Losses estimated for this $100,000 per property. Could this rezone request really be approved without getting well approval from the Colorado Division of Water Resources and Department of Natural Resources? It doesn't seem logical or proper. We don't need another RV park. others already exist in short distance away. We've all talked about that. We feel that this rezone is a leapfrogging of zone levels. They could sell this property, take the money and build their property in another area, one that's zoned for it and is acceptable to it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm not finished, please. I'm
Okay,
sorry. I'm
proceed.
having to jump around because I don't want to.
Please continue. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, the RV presenter at the previous meeting inferred that the form letter complaints do not count as much, do not count for much. And I'm sure all the opposition supporters vehemently disagree with that stance. We all have different reasons for approaching such a proposal in many ways. The major is the lack of time and wherewithal to address an item like this, even though it is of major importance. We don't have a hired presenter to support us. The same individual tried to minimize the impact of the RVP by saying that there were two parcels sharing the same property. There are only two parcels sharing the same property lines. That's not true. There's 6, and we're all negatively impacted. There's a total of 40 acres that are negatively impacted because of adjacent. And that's more than the 35 acres that the RVP itself represents.
Please wrap up your comments, sir.
I'm sorry, just one other thing. Since the house that's designated as the RVP manager's residence, if the RVP project is denied, the rezone for the manager residence should be also denied. And I please deny the request to rezone. Thank you for your time and attention for this project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else in the room wishing to speak in opposition that has not already used or donated your time? Okay, and no more online. Okay, thank you. With that, we will move on to the next phase of this hearing following a brief break. And so when we return, the applicant will have an opportunity for a rebuttal. And let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 12:50. Thank you.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Yes, I am. Okay.
Welcome back to the Thursday, July 25th Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. We are currently considering items number 9 and 10. We've just completed all of the public testimony, and it is now time for the applicant to provide a rebuttal should they choose to do so. And just confirming, we have Commissioner Williams back online as well.
Thank you, Commissioners. Andrea Barlow with NES again. Obviously, there's quite a lot of testimony, so quite a few things that we want to talk about in our rebuttal. I try to consolidate it so it has some flow. I just want to get to a site plan so we can have something to talk about. There we go. So I'm going to try and group it in kind of the order of some of the comments. So first of all, the master plan compliance. I addressed that in my presentation, and I think the key takeaway for me from the master plan compliance is that it doesn't really address RV parks. And one speaker stated that was because the county doesn't recognize a need for RV parks. I don't think that's the case at all. There are always going to be uses, as the master plan recognizes, that aren't specifically identified as a use that's in a place type. And the RV park zoning is a special zoning district which does have its own zone. It is not allowed in a commercial zoning. It is not a use that's allowed. So a lot of people saying it should be in a commercial area. It's not allowed in a commercial zoning. So it has to have its own zoning category, and nothing in that zoning category says it has to be in a commercial area or next to an existing town or what have you. They can be in multiple locations and are in multiple locations. The master plan then encourages the decision bodies to look at the merits of the project in and of itself, and that's really where you get into the character of the area, which I'll talk about in a second. There was reference that tourism commercial isn't allowed in the large lot place type or rural areas. As I mentioned, tourism commercial is very specific and only noted in the mountain interface, basically Highway 24 area, as retail and restaurant services to support tourism, nothing relating to accommodation. And as I said previously, not everybody wants to go to a hotel or be in a commercial area when they go on a vacation, and I think that particularly applies to a lot of RVers. Now, regarding the character of the area, obviously you've heard the neighbours describing the character of the area as residential and rural. We've put a slightly different take on that. We do believe there are significant commercial elements in the area which go towards that character, and a lot of those have come on stream in more recent years. There are trucks traveling on Peyton Highway from the business across the street. There is the contractor, the civil contractors, which has truck traffic. I do want to touch, and I really wasn't wanting to focus on this at all, really, but it was raised as a question by Commissioner Gonzalez regarding the RV storage, because I do think that has quite a strong visual impact and of a commercial nature. The actual code enforcement case on the county website looked at this property multiple times. It concluded that the storage was established in 2003, which postdates the mass zoning in the county of 1999. And it also determined that the home occupation for the agricultural use, which Ms. Bagley referred to, that it was allowed in that context, but that was very specifically for trucking, hauling, and vehicle repair. And that use is not that. So I'm not making more of a point of that. I just want to correct factual information and make sure that is on the record. So regarding just more generally the character of the area, there was a lot of comments about the fear of change in the character. I can't rebut fear. I can't change somebody's feelings, but we can try to address those concerns and combat them, and we have tried to do that with the conditions that we are proposing. And one gentleman referred to changing conditions, that we said something at the neighborhood meeting and now proposing something else. I would like to clarify that our reference to 10 to 5 days for a visit was very specifically, and it's in writing, and I believe that information is on EDARP, was relating to the tent sites. And we are no longer actually proposing tent sites. But our conditions and have been refined and changed in response to the neighbours' concerns. We're trying to address those concerns. We're trying to hone it down into something that, like I say, represents what we're actually trying to develop here. And it's not an RV park for permanent residents. The suggestion that this is going to be a source of major emergency response activity, I just don't understand where that perception is coming from. I've stayed in RV parks and campsites. It's not like there's an emergency every 5 seconds. That's how it's being painted, that this is going to be this conglomeration of people who are going to be putting a drain on the police department because there's going to be reports on crimes, that it's going to be a drain on fire because there's going to be fires started everywhere. That is not the experience from most RV parks, and I believe that the experts from the RV park industry actually spoke to that, and also the ability to do background checks for people who do stay longer, and also completely at the discretion of the owner. If somebody comes on that they feel they want to do a background check on, they can do that. So those options are available. But also the concerns were regarding the level of activity on the site. First of all, there was reference to being 500 to 600 people staying here at any one time. That would be 5 to 6 people per campsite. With full occupancy. That is not going to happen. We presented our estimate of the number of people, and even on a peak day, you're potentially at 200 people, but that's going to fluctuate significantly during the year. And with regard to, there was suggestion that there'd be lighting, overhead lighting. I don't even know where that assumption came from, but no lighting is proposed. We haven't got a site plan of that level of detail yet, for one thing, but we're not proposing to light this up because the people who stay here want to enjoy the dark skies that are available in this area as well. And also the idea that the neighbours, and I think the fields are in this where's my cursor? Over here. And you have this very significant tree, existing tree area there, which will provide screening. And as I noted with the grading plan and what have you, the majority of the activity, especially around the Quonset hut, which is going to be the kind of centralized recreational facility, is going to be well away from the neighbours. So the majority of activity at the site, the neighbours won't even notice or experience. Granted, there are some here that are a little closer to Peyton Highway, but we are proposing fairly significant landscaping, and we may even consider, if it seems appropriate, to pull those back a bit, and certainly if that's something the Board of County Commissioners would like to see, then we're willing to do that. But with the grade of the site and the topography, we're going to be pulling that activity well away from the adjacent neighbours. I think, again, regarding the surrounding commercial, we're not suggesting that this is a similar type of commercial. This property is already taxed at a commercial rate. It's already taxed as warehousing and storage. It is a different type of commercial, but it is geared at visitors, yes, but visitors need a place to stay, and we want to provide them with an attractive alternative in the area. And with regard to spending in Peyton versus spending in Falcon versus spending in Callahan, that will all go into the overall local economy. And who knows that it will help the existing business and may promote even more businesses to flourish in Peyton. Regarding zoning, the reference to spot zoning and leapfrog, by definition, as a special purpose zoning, it has to be on its own. It's not going to relate to any other type of zoning. And it's not allowed, as I mentioned, in commercial zones or any other zone district in the county. So I think that comparison is incorrect. And also, again, setting precedent for commercial rezoning in the area. This isn't a commercial rezoning of itself. We're not rezoning it to CC or CS. We have to rezone it to RVP because that's what this use falls into, and the only thing that this use falls into. Even the campground, a recreational campground that has different provisions, there are potentially things we could change here to fit into that category, but that's not allowed in many zones either. It's a special use everywhere. There were comments about, you know, if the property sells, how do we know that these conditions and what have you they're going to go away? The conditions we are proposing are tied to the zoning. They will be with the zoning forever. As long as this stays as an RV park, this will be rezoned. This will be included in the zoning. And if an RV park at some point fails and somebody wants to rezone it to something else, that then will have to be considered against the provisions in the area, in the master plan, the character of the area at that time. We'll have to go through the same process. But I just want to emphasize that the conditions are tied to the zoning. They don't go away just because the property is sold. Regarding Peyton Highway and traffic impacts, there was questioning at one point about the time of year the traffic study was prepared. We have to prepare a traffic study at a time when it is fairly normal traffic conditions. We can't do it in the summer when the schools are on vacation. So the irony is that's probably when our peak is, but we have to look at the times of year when the traffic is kind of at its peak and operating in a peak fashion. So that's why the traffic study was done at the time it was done. Again, I have to emphasize, and you heard this from county staff, that the traffic generation of this RV park is very low. It is not going to be producing the type of traffic that the neighbors seem to envision for this property. It is, again, a major collector. Peyton Highway is a major collector. It has a certain capacity, which it is not reaching right now, and it has plenty of capacity to accommodate this, the traffic from this development. And there was reference to the Blind Hill. That is the hill where the existing access to the site is right now. We have intentionally moved the RV park access to a location that doesn't have the visibility constraints of the existing access. And there was some reference to degradation of roads. As I noted earlier, that the applicant will be paying a fairly significant, probably about $250,000 of road impact fees. Economic benefits. There was a comment about there being no need for this RV park. I mean, need is, first of all, not something we have to demonstrate. We have to look at what the impacts will be. But if there wasn't a need for this RV park or a market for this RV park, my clients wouldn't be proposing it. They have gone to a lot of effort to plan this RV park. They have become members of the hospitality industry group. They have gone to conferences. They've educated themselves. They've employed experts in RV parks to design the layout of the site. They're not entering into this on a whim, as was suggested. It's not on the whim of the property owner. It is a property owner who has been invested in this community for many years. They have lived here in Peyton since 1994. They've owned this property since 1995. No, they have never actually lived on the property, but they do plan to live on the property. That was a suggestion that they have no intention to live there. They will live in the RV park, in the rural residential property that is proposed to the south of the RV park. So they are very vested in the community. They've operated businesses in Peyton. They've employed some of the people who have been opposing this project. And so this is not just a property owner who is coming in as a fly-by-night to make a quick buck and leave. They will be invested in this property for many years. And there was a lot of criticism, well, not a lot, a couple of people criticized the basis for the two planning commissioners who supported the project, their comments. Their comments were in response to the repeated comments from the neighbors about this not benefiting the community. It was only for the profit of the property owner, and they were speaking to that particular point. It doesn't mean that was the sole basis of their decision. I just want to reiterate on the camp store that it will be only providing essentials. It's not going to be competing with the local store in Peyton. In fact, it's going to likely generate a significant amount of business for that local store and other facilities in Falcon and Callahan. Yes, there are more amenities in those areas, and usually with RVers, they stock up before they come to the RV park and will make sure that they have what they need for their length of stay. And more often than not, RVers will have a second vehicle. They will be either driving a fifth wheel, so they have a vehicle there, or they may be towing an extra vehicle that they will then use to access the amenities. So it's not as if to get there, they're going to be unhooking their RVs and popping into Falcon for dinner and coming back. They will have other transportation to be able to do that. School children and the school impacts. I'm not really going to touch on this much. I think we've already identified the fact that this will not be permanent housing. It won't be generating any school children, but it will be benefiting from the property taxes that will be paid by this development. And I think I already mentioned that the RV residents or visitors can be vetted if necessary. A lot of comparisons have also been made to the Callahan RV parks. I just want to reiterate that we're offering a very different opportunity for RVers here that doesn't include any permanent housing, which that facility does. We also want to ensure that this is a high quality RV park. So it goes again to the demand that the perceived demand on emergency services, I think, has been blown out of proportion for this proposal. So I think I've covered some of these. Sorry, just bear with me while I'm checking my notes. Okay. On the water, I just want to clarify that the water has, the site has adjudicated water rights, and there is no well currently, but they will drill a well that meets all state requirements. So there isn't an actual well there right now, which is correct, but obviously we need water on the property. Oh, and one thing I did want to point out, there was questions about fire hydrants, fire suppression. We have discussed this with the fire department. They have indicated that they do not require this park to have its own cistern. They say that they have enough cisterns in the area for fire suppression. And so we have been consulting with the fire department and the police department, and they are of the opinion that we don't need a cistern on the site for that. Many developments are required to have that. And obviously at the site development plan, if the fire department changes its mind, which we've experienced before, that will obviously accommodate their requirements. So I do want to focus on a couple of things that were brought up in the neighbours' comments, which really were newer comments. So there was references to wildlife habitat. There is no actual protected wildlife habitat or species on the property. Obviously the existing treed area will attract some wildlife, but that's being retained, so we don't anticipate any wildlife that is enjoying those trees to be impacted. Prairie dogs, obviously they are prevalent throughout the county. Pretty much every site we look at for development in the county has prairie dogs on them. They are not protected. There are measures to either relocate them or euthanize them. Their burrows are then often attractive to burrowing owls, which are protected, and the only requirements that are imposed on those by CPW or US Fish and Wildlife are that they are monitored and that any construction does not take place during the mating season. And given the kind of open nature of this development, there will be plenty of prairie dog burrows and burrowing owl areas that will still remain undisturbed. Detention drainage was brought up at length. We don't really get into that until we get to the site development plan. We have done preliminary design for a detention pond in this location. And actually, I think it may have moved here, in this area. And we still have to finalize that design and the location. But just so everybody understands how detention ponds work, we have to not only pick up the developed flows, so there will be a new road built here, so we have to pick up the flows that come from that. We also have to pick up any off-site flows. They are then directed into the detention pond. They are detained for a period of 72 hours. They have to be released after 72 hours. So there's going to be no sitting water, no issue with mosquitoes. It will be detained and released. And then when it's released, it has to be released at less than historic rates. So the drainage and detention situation will probably actually improve for the neighbours adjacent on the other side of Peyton Highway, rather than this development making things worse, because it will be detaining, releasing it at a lower than historic flows. And there are no plans for any ponds or anything associated with sewage. That will all be dealt with by septic system and leach fields, as is normal for sanitary sewer. There was some questions regarding drainage about the maintenance of the roadside ditches. That is in the county right-of-way and county responsibility, irrespective of this development. That is not a matter that will fall on my client either way to respond to. And I think with that, that covers most of the things I wanted to say. There was one comment about looking out for special interest groups. My client is not a special interest group. They are local residents, like I say, who have a vested interest in this property, have had it for a long time, have been invested in this community for a long time, and want to make this is their project for their retirement. They want to develop this RV park to create a place that people want to stay. RVing is their passion. They want it to be a fantastic place for people to visit, a real asset for El Paso County, not the eyesore that the neighbors are painting, not the crime den that the neighbors are painting, and certainly not a traffic generator of any high level that they are concerned about. And while we understand and we face it all the time, the fears of change, I think the fears here have been escalated and blown out of proportion. We have tried to, like I say, put parameters around what we're doing to try and address those concerns, and that's the conditions of approval. If there are any other conditions that you feel would help address those concerns, we are more than willing to consider them. We just want this to be, or my clients want this to be, a successful project that is an asset to the community and not a problem for the community. And with that, I will answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for the applicant at this time? Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Yes, thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. So in some of the testimony as well, there was, I think it was really talked about several times over. I'll just kind of characterize them as noise and light pollution, if you will. And I believe I had heard perhaps from you before that the applicant has some intention about trying to address that. But could you go over that again? Because I think I recall there was a quiet time and there was a component of that, but I'm not sure if there was anything about, you know, the lights coming from this. And there were several comments made by residents about the light that would come this.
Yes.
I'll use the term light pollution, but you know what that means.
Yes, I actually did just reference lighting in my rebuttal, but there was a gentleman who was talking about overhead lighting and what have you. There isn't any intention to have any lighting on the site other than maybe a little bit of lighting around the Quonset hut, but it's not going to be parking lot lighting level. It will be low level, kind of more landscape lighting. Just as would be typical in a residential area. So we are not proposed to light this up. As I mentioned, the people who come to this RV park will be there to enjoy the dark skies that the neighbors enjoy, and we don't want to pollute that. We don't want to take away from the attraction of this area. So on the lighting, certainly we are not planning any lighting to the extent that was suggested by the neighbors. I think I'm having problems because I'm not on the slideshow. So, oh no, that's not what I want to do. I want to go to the slideshow. Here we go. From current slide, right. Okay, I guess maybe it's thinking, there we go. So, it's in thinking mode. We do have in our park rules, exercise. So these are going to be published park rules. So there will be maximum noise volumes and quiet times will be established. Obviously, we have our client who will be living and managing the property adjacent. And based on the comments that were made about concerns, what happens if they're not there, there will be a caretaker, there will be somebody there at all times to control and implement these rules. So yes, there will be activity from people coming and going from their campers. There may be occasional dog. I don't see every single campsite having a dog with them. And to be fair, there are barking dogs in the neighborhood right now. So they are encouraged to or required to control their barking and pick up the waste and have them on leashes. And just generally, I think this is going to be a well-controlled environment. Can we eliminate all noise? No, but we can also, as I said, there is the existing treed area that will provide significant screening to the neighbors in that northeast side of Peyton. And we are proposing fencing all the way around, as I noted, and landscaping. So there will be screening to limit visual impacts, and also that will have a noise deterrent as well. And also there will be a lot of the activity, as I noted, will be concentrated on the west side of the site. at the top of the rise, beyond the rise, in fact. So it will not be visible or really being able to hear that activity from the neighbors.
Okay.
Thank you.
I believe along this same line of questioning, I think Commissioner Williams has a question, and then we'll get back to the rest of yours, if that's okay.
That'll be fine.
Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, I think you've actually answered all of the questions I had written down as I went down here, but I am not an RV park attendee or have not been in an RV park. What are the rules when there is a fast-moving fire in the area for evacuation? How does an RV park manage that?
That's a good question, and it would be that I would say we haven't really discussed, but it would be in the same manner as would be implemented by the fire department for the remaining residential and agricultural area. Oh, Scott wants to address this.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. In response specifically to that question, Scott Smith. Okay. Specifically in response to that question, under the outdoor hospitality industry, one of the best practices is to make sure that we have a plan in place for all contingencies of risks. So as far as an evacuation of a park in the event of a wildfire, we would have a contingency plan in place. People would know what to do. We would be able to make sure that we communicate that quickly. And so that's something we would absolutely address.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks,
That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Vanderwerf, back to you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate your response to my previous question. There also, I think in the applicant's proposal, a request for no longer than 90 days for anybody that might be staying in the RV park. But there were some comments made in the testimony that it was originally a shorter period of time. So could you respond to that? Was that in fact true, or did it get extended, or, you know, I heard
Yes.
one of the individuals testify that it was a much shorter period of time originally.
Yes, the individual that testified was referencing the 10 to 15 days. That was, we produced a handout at the neighborhood meeting with the proposed operational standards. That was our initial kind of stab at it in response to the neighbors' concerns that had been provided in writing in preparation for the neighborhood meeting. But as I mentioned earlier, that 10 to 15 days was very specifically related to the tent camping that was then proposed on the site. We aren't proposing the tent camping. So I would say yes and no, it was incorrect. It was correct insofar as the recollection related to the 10 to 15 days, but that was very specifically regarding the tent camping. And that gentleman brought that issue up at Planning Commission and asked for a copy of the handout that we had sent to the neighborhood meeting, and we sent it to Ms. Bagley, and she has uploaded that to EDOP. So that is available for verification. We really didn't have a particular length of stay for the RVing in mind at that time. We have evolved in that thinking in response to neighbors' concern. So yeah, initially, I don't think we were particularly looking to have a restriction on the length of stay because the RV park will be closed for the winter months. And so by default, it will be, you can't stay there longer than that period where it's open. That people would have to leave because it's going to close. But we came back with a length of time of 90 days. And as I noted, that is comparable with the recreational campground length of stay, and actually was kind of verified by staff that that would be consistent with that. So it would seem appropriate. And that's where that came from. So I would say that the comment by the neighbor was partially correct. But we haven't changed our position regarding the overall length of stay. In fact, I would say we've shrunk it down to what we consider is appropriate of 90 days.
Okay, thank you. And then one last quick question. I do see In one of the two proposed resolutions that we're deliberating over today, in condition number 1, a requirement for compliance with the Endangered Species Act, and it does
Yes.
specifically present the Preble Meadow jumping mouse, and then one of the people testified with regard to the burrowing owl. You did in fact address this a couple minutes ago, but whether we fully agree with the Endangered Species Act or not, it is in here as a condition, and so if there were to be some kind of other challenge with regard to that, there would be a requirement for compliance with that Endangered Species Act.
Absolutely. I believe that's probably a standard condition that the county imposes. We have to comply with the federally mandated and state mandated listed species requirements. There is no Preble Meadow jumping mouse habitat in this location. And insofar as there may be burrowing owls, that will need to be surveyed if required by the various agencies who will be part of the review of the site development plan, and we will take whatever measures necessary. That does not necessarily mean that the site can't be developed as planned. Quite often with the habitats, it's either avoidance of the areas or avoidance of the mating seasons and so on. So there are very multiple different measures to address those requirements.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, and none from
Thank you.
Commissioner
Appreciate your
Williams?
time.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I am going to declare the public hearing closed. And at this point, do we have any other questions for staff at this time? I believe that Commissioner Williams did have one for staff.
I did have one, but it was actually answered by Ms. Barlow when she spoke about the road impact fee. Because I know eventually Peyton Highway will expand, but the damage to the road, I think that the road impact fee covers that. So we should be okay on that.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually going to pull that thread a little bit. I believe the thought originally was whether there had been consideration for kind of turn-off lanes that would allow the through traffic to continue. But I feel like it was somewhat addressed, although I'd love to see on one of the slides where the proposed driveway change would be. I know the site development plan is not complete and we're not quite at that stage, but could I be guaranteed from staff that that safety improvements are considered as a whole on that site development plan? Thank you.
So in terms of the actual access, as you mentioned, Commissioner, the site development plan has not been submitted, and that will be further reviewed, as well as the site distance criteria. In their traffic study, they did address it, and they did identify that at this location that they're showing right now, it would meet our county criteria for site distance. That, like I mentioned, would be further reviewed at the subsequent application.
Okay, and so can you confirm that from some of the pictures we're seeing of the actual area and where the proposed park is set to be now, it's now down the hill further?
Correct.
Away from that blind, okay.
Correct. That the location that they're proposing would be at that lower end, away from that hill.
Okay, thank you. And again, it's a more minute issue. We have specific criteria, but understanding kind of the big play of what we heard today, I think that was an important question to address. Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm not sure who wants to address this, perhaps Kylie, but in considering compatibility specifically, I don't want to go too far down this road, but because I do think it can be a part of the compatibility question, I do want to get a little further down the road on that RV storage situation, because we've heard some different things about that. I guess where I'm really, the question I really want to ask is, if this is an allowable use, if we believe that that RV storage is in compliance and going to continue to exist in that space.
I do believe that it is an allowable use. Our rural home occupation does state that an allowed use is vehicle storage. Okay. So I believe that that would be allowed under the rural home occupation.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? I have a quick question for legal counsel, and I'm not sure if this is Ms. Sego or Mr. Hodges, but given that unlike a special use permit, that's not what this is. This is a zoning for a specific use. Does that carry with it then the transferability as opposed to ceasing to exist with a change in hands of property ownership?
Madam Chair, I'm going to ask Ms. Sego to come down and field that one.
Sorry to put you on the spot, Corey. Thank you. And to clarify, if you can just show us the difference between what a special use permit would usually mean versus this specific zoning change. And that this is, for this use, this is the only route possible for this type of use in the county, right?
Lori Sego, Senior Assistant County Attorney. I will defer to staff regarding whether or not an RV park is allowed in any other zone district. I believe that's what the applicant stated. I don't have any reason to dispute that, but if staff has different information, I would encourage them to please share that. This is a request for a rezone to a different zone district. So if it were approved, then this property would be zoned RVP, and it would remain so unless and until this property owner or a future property owner came in and asked that it be rezoned to a different district, whether that be residential, agricultural, commercial, etc. A special use permit does not change the zoning of the property. It grants permission to initiate a use that is allowed in the zone district with that special use approval. It can, a special use permit can have a condition placed on it that provides that it terminates after a certain period of time, whether that be a period of years or whether that be with change in ownership of the property. Or a special use permit can be granted in such a way that it is tied to the property and carries forward through various property ownership changes. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. Ms. Harrington, do you have anything to add to that?
Good afternoon, Megan Harrington, Planning Director. So you almost had two parts to that question, because then you said, is there any other zone district in which an RV park would be allowed? And we do define a recreational camp. Now, when this came in, as you heard Ms. Barlow state, there were no conditions related to length of stay, types of structure, all of those items. I would have to look into this more, but just generally speaking, in my opinion, with some of these conditions, there is a way that this could be a special use for a recreational camp in the A35 zone district. Now, again, I would need to look at that definition a little bit more and what types of conditions they were willing to put on this that would also have this function as a recreational camp. So basically a campground versus an RV park.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for staff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. kind of as a follow-on to the chair's questions, again, in one of the proposed resolutions, there are a series of conditions in here. For example, a maximum of 100 total campsites, maximum length of stay of 90 days for visitors, park closure from December 1 to February 28, and so forth. So those are conditions that are in one of these resolutions, and we will, be adopting either this resolution or the other one. Under this resolution, do these conditions convey, in other words, are they permanent, and do they convey to future owners? So that was really, I think, kind of a component of that. So in other words, do they stay in place permanently?
Those conditions would be recorded as part of the approval resolution if you do choose to adopt those, and they would run with the property. So future owners of this property, if they were to sell, would know that there are conditions placed upon that zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you. So I have another follow-up. Ms. Harrington, you may want to answer this. I don't know just because she answered the first part, but I'm going to clarify since we brought this this idea of the recreational camp, and I don't want to go, again, too far down this road because we are here in this hearing today. But I think there is some relevance to the existing and permitted land uses. In the event that this were to go down that road with those kind of similar type conditions, would that be so it would be a special use? Would that be an administrative approval or a BOCC?
The code is written so that a special use could be administrative, but it could also be referred to the Board of County Commissioners. So again, it just depends on the level of complexity, and the code does give the authority to the planning director to make an approval of a special use, but it also gives that authority to the director to refer it to the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners, just based on the specific issue.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions of staff at this time? I think those were some difficult questions, and I think it's all part of doing our due diligence and exploring the best way to make long-term strategic decisions. That being said, we have a specific application in front of us for a rezoning, and as we indicated at the beginning of this hearing, when both items 9 and 10 were read into the record, they will be considered separately. So first, I will ask for any comments and or a motion regarding item number 9. Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, this is in my district, and there's been a lot of testimony, and one of the things that, of course, is very important is that we are looking to our criteria. As I have often said at these hearings, reasonable people can disagree, and there is a degree of interpretation in this criteria. And that's part of the reason why it comes to the Board of County Commissioners for that. There's been some talk and comments made about different comments made during the Planning Commission and how people come to these decisions, what the philosophy is, what they bring to it, because again, there is interpretation to this criteria. I have always been very clear that I am a strong advocate of private property rights, and that is because I'm a limited government conservative. And that means that when I look at these, I am looking out for the interest of a private property owner to be able to have the most use of their property. At the same point, we do have to balance that with impacts to surrounding areas. We have to balance that with health and safety. So as I listened to the comments from individuals in this room, those were the things that were going through my head. And as of that, I want to say the first criteria is related to the master plan. And we heard lots of different things about the master plan, what the master plan is, what the master plan isn't. And full transparency, I want to say the master plan is a guide. In no way should this body, in my opinion, ever be a planning agency. We should not have centralized government planning, period. That is something I personally find abhorrent. I think private property is a foundational constitutional right, and all of our freedoms hinge upon upholding those rights, and make a huge impact on me when we are considering how we use our master plan as a guiding document. When that document was made, it should never have been a plan for what the government expects everyone to use their property for. This is why we have liberty. It's why we have entrepreneurship. It is what, quite frankly, is American. And so when I look at the master plan, that's how I view it. It is not supposed to consider everything that may come up into an entrepreneur's mind, but general. And those are the words general conformance. So looking at that very, very carefully, again, reasonable people can disagree on that piece of criteria, but I do find the arguments compelling that the master plan doesn't really address RV parks. They're not allowed in commercial districts. So those things very much lead me to lean to the side of general conformance on the master plan. Some of the others are much more cut and dry in terms of statutes, but I do want to speak to compatibility with the existing and permitted land uses. And this is always the tougher one. As we've often said in these hearings, compatibility is not the same as the same. Compatibility is not meaning that the zone right next door has to be the same thing. Many of you may be aware, but some of you are not. I can see a few of you that I'm sure I've had a cup of coffee with. I'm very protective of Peyton. I have a lot of friends that live in Peyton. I cherish the small businesses that are on Peyton, and there are a few right there along Front Street. And I really care about what the future is of Peyton for residents. When I look at compatibility with what is existed and permitted, and one of the things that has come up repeatedly in these types of hearings is, but what else could go there? What else could you see? And sometimes change is hard. I grew up in a very rural area and I watched things change around me. This could be, many different uses. And I think that some of the other uses potentially that could come up could be even more disturbing to residents. And so, as I kind of compare these, I do look, I'm very familiar with that RV storage, drive past it frequently. To me, it's not compelling how long it has been there per se. It is a part of that community. The other small businesses, and I have to tell you the picture, what just quite frankly grabbed my heart was not the trucking part, but the fresh eggs for sale. Because there is something unique about folks that grow up in a rural community, you all know this. We're a little scrappy. And many of us can't afford to just have an open property. We have to figure out a way to make that land work for us, for our livelihoods. And that's what that kind of embodied to me there in the picture. And though that this one is a bit different with the trucking, with the RVs, with some of the other things around, I do find that I think that this is a compatible use based on some of the things that we have specifically heard today. I've listened to the applicant, and this is how it always goes. This is why we have an opportunity for the public to come in and for a rebuttal, because it gives us an opportunity to hear the concerns and whether or not those can be mitigated. I think that those have been well mitigated, particularly by use of the additional conditions. One of the great pieces of how this process works here is that oftentimes we see applications that come to us substantially different than how they came in front of the Planning Commission. And that's because the Planning Commission gives feedback, concerns, and the applicant is able to address those items and bring those forward to this body so that we can really look more in depth on whether or not those things that are brought forward as concerns are able to be dealt with through some of those additional conditions. So I believe those additional conditions do alleviate a lot of my particular concerns, specifically around children in the district, the potential for negative impacts. I do want to say there's been some back and forth over, taxes and who's going to benefit. And to the community, I think it's incredibly important. Of course, there's the property tax piece. We can talk about whether those go up and down, and that's always an interesting conversation in Colorado regardless. But specifically around the fire and the sheriff's office, those are always concerned. But honestly, as a rural resident, we all know that those services are not the same as living in a downtown area. Most of us choose to live in those areas regardless. So those services are always going to be, quite frankly, a bit slower than they are in a downtown or a very suburban environment. That's always been that way. It'll always be that way. And we choose to make those lifestyle choices. At the same point, I do want to point out that specifically, I remember being out at the Birdseye Fire that started in Peyton Pines and touring that site in the middle of that fire and being incredibly impressed not only with the very small Peyton Fire Department, but also with the reciprocal help that was provided both through the Falcon Fire Department as well as the county's emergency services. We do have those plans in place. We do have ways to help small communities. And I think that is going to continue. It's not going to go away. We've seen it happen in our community. Wildfires are, of course, a concern. That one started, I believe, from someone cooking in their own home. So, we all know that those risks are already there. But I do think that we can mitigate the impacts. It sounds like those have been mitigated. And I do want to say that the public safety sales tax is a sales tax that is going to apply to this business. So when they are selling those items, when they have people being utilized there, that is going to bring more money into the sheriff's office. And so that is how we mitigate risks and how we provide services to the community. And that's our job here. It's not to decide how you all should live your lives. It is to serve the community to the best way possible. When there are needs, if there are road needs, that's why we have road impact fees. It's not to say, this road isn't built for this and therefore you can't do this. It's this road isn't built for this. You're going to need to build it to get to that standard or to give us the money to be able to do it to mitigate the development impact. And I think that has all been met here. So this is a lengthy explanation, but with such a large group of individuals, I wanted to make sure that my reasons for the decision were transparent to the community. As I said, I have a huge heart for Peyton. And I can tell you that there are some people, I am certain in this room, who everyone doesn't agree. There's never a time when everyone agrees on any one thing. And I have watched over the years as some people appreciated the rezoning of Front Street and some people didn't. And I've had those conversations and I know that it's difficult, but I really do believe that this is, based on the information presented, that the owners do have the best interest of the community in mind. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make the motion unless there are additional comments that you want to take first.
Commissioner Gonzalez, do you have additional comments? Commissioner Williams, we'll go with you first.
Yes, thank you for everybody who is attending. I really appreciate it. I am out of town. I did want to say I do agree with Commissioner Geithner. I never walk into these hearings assuming I'm going to automatically vote for or against something because I literally like to hear both sides and balance the issues. The one thing I wanted to say in addition to what she said, I do believe that they have met the requirements or they've mitigated it. And I do like the resolution that has 9 different conditions on it, saying that it's going to close down during certain months and it would only have 100 total campsites. The one thing I wanted to add to what has been said is that we are building a sheriff's substation in Falcon. And I don't know what the staffing level of that will be, but I do know it's going to significantly change the number of sheriff's deputies in my district, which is Black Forest. So I hope that that will then also add to the Peyton area and out east, because we do need more deputies out there. So I will be in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this does pass, I just say I do believe that the owners will run this very well and professionally. I have no doubt of that. However, as to the master plan, I, for the record, don't believe it's compatible because I don't think it meets the issues related to the minimum area of change or the large lot residential. Thank you.
Commissioner Vanderwerf. You have any comments? Okay. I've said it at land use hearings before, and it's very, very apparent today. Our job up here is to evaluate an application in front of us, make sure it meets criteria. And the really difficult part of that becomes, where does one person's private property rights, where do one property owner's rights begin and another one's end or infringe on others? And I think we heard a lot of passion and emotion on that today. I do find that that it's in general conformance. I want to highlight from this criteria piece in front of us, I think it's in general conformance simply because there has been a substantial change in the character of the neighborhood. And there are a lot of you here that want to see it stay the same and have the same elements. And I think that is, that's amazing. And I hope that that can still be done. But when I take a look at the uses that are currently legally operating there, I have a hard time in my head kind of separating out, what's a rural occupation use by right on an A35 parcel right next door to something that is going through the correct and legal process for the correct and legal rezoning. So I do find that bullet point number 1 is in general conformance, and that, again, as I look at those surrounding current uses that are legal, that it is compatible. I think it's not only compatible, but it's fairly consistent. And as usual, when we have large groups of passionate citizens here to show us the things that may not be obvious to us, but we've got this criteria to go by. It is what makes this process a little bit easier is knowing that this applicant is continuing to work with future neighbors and that they want to be neighbors. So I would encourage that. I would encourage that to continue respectfully. This has been a very respectful audience today, and I hope that that decorum can continue should this pass today. With that, there is a motion on the table. Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move approval of item 9, including all of the conditions and notations that have been presented.
And I will second, but that does include the resolution that has the 9 conditions, right? Okay.
Okay, that has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion or comments? Okay, I will call the roll in normal order, beginning with Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Nay.
And Commissioner Geithner.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That passes 4-1. Please be respectful. We have another item to continue. Thank you. And I understand that item number 10 does need a separate motion and discussion.
Madam Chair, I would move approval of item 10.
I will second.
Any further discussion? Questions? Okay. Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Vanderwerf,
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Geithner,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. That passes 5-0. Item 11.
Item number 11 is department and committee reports, non-action items, and there are none.
Item 12.
Item number 12 is the addendum, and there are no addendums today.
Item 13.
Item 13 is the executive session, and there is no request for executive session.
We are adjourned. Thank you. Okay.